The SDGs form the heart of the 2030 Agenda, an action plan adopted by all 193 countries of the United Nations. They call for decent jobs, quality education, good health, gender and income equality, clean energy and water, biodiversity, and climate action. They aim to reach sustainable development by 2030. Governments play a key role in achieving these goals, but they're not the only players. Businesses, civil society, Indigenous leaders, academia, and the general public all contribute as well. You might wonder where they came from. The SDGs were born in 2012 at the Rio+20, a UN conference on sustainable development in Rio de Janeiro, which was the largest conference ever held by the UN. Until 2012, there were different international agreements that dealt with environmental challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss. And there were the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, that aimed to achieve certain social targets in developing countries by the year 2015. The countries meeting at Rio+20 decided that a more comprehensive set of universal goals was needed to tackle the urgent social, economic, and environmental challenges facing the world. This kicked off the broadest consultation ever run by the UN. An unprecedented effort was made to get input from as many people as possible, particularly those who don't often get a say in international agreements. Over 10 million people around the world participated in the consultations and helped shape the SDGs. Apart from national governments, major stakeholder groups that were consulted included women, children and youth, Indigenous peoples, NGOs, local authorities, workers and trade unions, business and industry, scientific and technological community, and farmers. I am pleased to share some good news for people and planet, UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon said to a packed room of press delegates. The good news? After 3 years of negotiations and debate, 193 countries had agreed to a set of development goals more bold and ambitious than anything that has come before them, the SDGs. The due date for the SDGs is the year 2030, which makes the 2020s the decade to deliver. But how can we know if progress on any of these monumental issues has been made? The 17 SDGs are built on an evidence-based framework of 169 quantitative targets and 232 indicators that accompany them. This ensures that the SDGs are clear, concise, time-bound, and measurable, which helps governments and decision-makers to include the SDGs in their planning. This means that we can keep track on each of the SDGs' progress. To achieve the SDGs, all countries are expected to set up policies and investment plans, and to use the targets and indicators to track their progress. They then report their progress to the UN. This is done through voluntary national reviews, VNRs, with a selection of countries reporting each year. Most countries, including Australia, have already submitted their first VNR. Governments are crucial in achieving the SDGs because they create and finance policies that support the goals. But all stakeholders have an important role to play. Industries and businesses in finding solutions for goods and services that align with the SDGs, and communities and individuals in supporting SDG initiatives, and in holding governments and the private sector to account. Education, research, and innovation are all essential to achieve the SDGs. So universities, with their ability to create and disseminate knowledge and solutions, play an absolutely vital role. You can probably already tell that reaching the SDGs will be no small feat. All responses, from the global to the national to the local, even down to the individual, need to be coherent and aligned. But progress to date has been slow, so that it becomes very clear now that a much deeper, faster, and more ambitious response is needed from governments, businesses, and communities. Many experts say that in order to achieve the SDGs, we need societal transformations now that are unprecedented in human history and which represent a profound departure from business as usual. You may feel like the challenges are too big and too many. After all, you're just one person. But think about it this way. Every time you spend money, you have an opportunity to spend your money better. Every time you talk to someone, you have an opportunity to challenge their ideas for the better. You can seize these opportunities every day, 365 days a year. And of course, every couple of years, you have the opportunity to vote for the better. Not just in national elections, but in local ones too. That is an immense potential that lies with you and every other individual. The SDGs give us a roadmap for making the right choices and arriving at the right answers. Don't forget.
It's commencing right away. I want to welcome all of us. Let's move to the front. Thank you for the mind, the move. It's the fact that's truly me. So with that, we welcome every one of us to the day 2 and the final day of 2022 Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit. So without wasting much of our time, we'll proceed straight to the first activity of the day, which is the second and final corporate session. So this is how the modality will be. We have 3 participants that are participating virtually, and I'm happy to announce to us that they are set, ready for their presentation. Okay. So for the virtual presentation, we have the 3 presenter MK Ambadi that will be presenting on demand for tourism demand, determinant of tourism demand and expenditure by university workers during the COVID-19 period. We also have B. Babatunde Okule and Temitope Joshua with the presentation on good governance, public health expenditure, and inclusive growth in the post-COVID-19 era. We also have D. Olubade and K. Mohammed, presenting on awareness and attitude of academic staff towards SDGs in a post-pandemic era among the 3 selected universities in Oyo State. We're waiting for the 4th presenter to join virtually. The paper by Y. Husseini, B. Ibrahim, I. S. Abubakar, and M. Sanusi on evaluation of smoldering remediation technique in oil spill contaminated soil. Scientific paper. So those are the 4 virtual presentations that we have this morning. And we also have, because it is 4 in number, definitely we are going to be going to breakout room for them. So once our virtual online participants, the breakout room will be open. We are going to make use of only 2 breakout rooms so that you can go into, we will have two batch for a room and 2 batch for the other room. Then for the physical presenters, I think we have about 5 that are here. We have OA, and OONH, effect of artificial technology on the well-being of selected communities on the state. Are you here? Great, thank you. We have AA Labit, Analyzing Tourism Resources of Yamo Humante, Betting for Tourism Development. That's one of the people I'm passionate about. I want to know the progress of the work by AA Labit. Are you here? Great, you're welcome. We have another one by GRB Diana, CNA Viola, and YP Ajayi on knowledge and attitude towards marine plastic pollution among residents of selected coastal communities of Western Nigeria. Are you here? Great. Then we also have JP Olabi and IOACs on traditional land tenure and sustainable livelihood methods in the Record local government area or your state. JP Olabi, are you around? Great. Then we also have BF Olabode presenting on cultural festival and event tourism development. The case of a launch festival in Osun State, southwestern Nigeria. BF Olabode, are you here? Great. So, okay. We also have RAOK. Okay. To talk on the environmental sustainability in time of emergency. Start, okay, are you here? Great. So we are going to have 2 virtual and 3 physical edition. Then we are still the other room hall. We're also going to have 2 virtual and remaining 3 physical presentation. So it's going to proceed this way. For this order we have, which is family hall. Those of you virtually, you are to come into family hall for your presentation. That is B. Ubnei and T. Joshua, you stay in family hall, and N. K. Ambani, you also stay in family hall. D. Olubade and K. Mohammed, you are going to Adewale hall. Adewale hall. So that's the breakout room you are going to join. So for factual presentation, we will have activity presentation in 2 rooms, family hall where we are, and Adewale hall. Please, virtual participants, kindly take note of that. And for the physical participants, AA Lamid, you are staying in family hall. BF Olabode, stay in family hall. AO Udechi, you stay in family hall. Adewale hall, GRE Anna and Ajayi, Ayemiola, you go to family, you go to Adewale hall. And RAOK, you are going to Adewale hall. I think who is there? Adepoye. All are going to Adewale. Please, Babylon will be chaired by Dr. Olawale Olaide, while Adewale will be chaired by Dr. Said Ojulu. Thank you. So I invite the chairman to take charge of the session.
Well done. Oh. I agree to now. Noah and Co.
Oh, good morning, sir.
How are you all?
I'm fine here.
Well done. So regards to everybody.
They should join their rooms. They are online. They should join.
Okay, those online, kindly join appropriate breakout sessions. There are 2 breakout sessions. We have Bamiro Hall and Adewale Hall. Kindly move to either of those rooms, please. Now, we give you a minute to do that. Thank you. I could understand.
should also make references to other times. I know people are talking about natives, that's North America and Australia, and so what policies, what approaches are being deployed to that is really solving the problem, livelihood, sustainable livelihood, and ownership. So maybe just making reference to these certain countries were done and the impact over time. I know they're doing that in Kenya and other countries as well.
Thank you. So any other questions? So yeah, just observations so that you need to incorporate it into your project. Then the issue of representation for the work that you have actually done like this, it's better you even present using graphics, bar chart, pie chart, and some other things instead of lumping all the words together. That will have, spoken to the people. And you can see that people find it difficult to make any contribution to your work. It is because of the nature of presentation. So in some other presentation you have, try as much as possible to make use of tools that can pass information quickly to people. So thank you very much. So I have another presenter. I don't know, but now, how do we talk to those online? You don't have microphone, you don't have anything. So how do they hope they'll be able to there is a yes, they can hear us. Bluetooth mode. That shows they've not been hearing us. Okay. Are you happy there?
Hello, I'd like to start with a huge round of appreciation for all of you who've been instrumental in the design and delivery of the 2022 edition of the National SDG Summit and Change Makers Award in Nigeria. Today I'm talking to you in my capacity as the UN High-Level Climate Action Champion for COP26 and my mandate to drive ambition and action for climate solutions across society. And as many of you will know, the role was created in Paris as part of the Paris Agreement to drive this ambition and action from non-state actors, so businesses, cities, regions, investors, universities, youth, faith groups, civil society, everyone who's not a national government. Because the governments who created the Paris Agreement recognised that we need the whole of society to implement the ambitious goals of the Paris Agreement to tackle the climate crisis. Now, I've spent many years working with a variety of stakeholders to tackle the climate crisis, and I know firsthand that we still have gaps and that there's still a lot to do to build on the momentum that we have, but to really ramp up to get to the pace and scale that we need. And one thing that really is different now from 10 years ago, certainly even 5 years ago, is the amount of youth leadership in the movement. Since the signing of the Paris Agreement, there have been ups and downs in international climate politics, but one thing that has remained constant, and in fact not remained constant but grown, is that young people everywhere have been standing up to call for more ambitious action and to take part in ambitious action and to lead ambitious action everywhere, from the streets to the boardrooms, and now to increasingly having young people being part of official delegations of negotiators. So this is a whole of society problem. It is everybody. It's not an abdication to young people to solve the problem on their own. We really need you to be working together with those of us who've been working on the problem for a while, to continue to be loud and vocal about what the science is saying that we require, to be specific about what policymakers need to do to play their role, and to be part of the solutions, whether you're working in civil society, in business, in government, or in any other function. This year, COP27 is going to be crucial because we have an opportunity to really see whether governments are going to come back to deliver on the promise they made collectively in the Glasgow Pact to really ratchet up the urgency. The science and our lived experience on the ground everywhere in the world is telling us that we really must make this the decade of delivery, that we have to take action now, not in 2030 or 2040 or 2050, but these next few years we have to halve emissions and restart building more resilience. And I think that makes this summit and your commitments very timely in helping to bring that intergenerational and intersectional perspective, opinion and experience into the collaborations, the innovations, the problem solving which drives solutions. And that problem solving often requires different perspectives to come together. And you all represent one thing that we need right now, that's asking the right questions and addressing gaps, holding those in decision-making power accountable, pushing them for increased action, and becoming those in decision-making power. I believe very strongly in what we call the ambition loop, that increased action from one part of society will drive more ambition from others, particularly from non-state actors in civil society and business, will make it more politically possible for national governments to be more ambitious and to make their commitments bolder, which in turn gives business and investors more certainty to be bolder. So we all have a role to play there. And what all of us as non-state actors do does influence what governments believe is possible in terms of domestic and international climate policy. And we know that climate change is a collective action problem. So no country, no institution, no sector, no generation can solve it alone. So let's continue to work through and strengthen the multilateral process that enables us to come together as a global family, and let's drive all of the non-state actor actions through the various collaborations and initiatives we have to tackle these challenges. Finally, I want to thank you for everything that you're doing and wish you a great day within your working groups. And let's keep driving faster and faster ambition and action together to tackle the climate crisis.
It happens to everyone. Waiting in line for your morning coffee, you scroll social media and news on your phone. What you find depresses you. Thousands of migrants are fleeing a civil war, risking their lives only to be turned back at borders. Speculations have sent the housing markets into a frenzy, and employment numbers are tumbling down. Journalists have uncovered a decades-long cover-up of child abuse by coaches and doctors within competitive gymnastics in your country. Closing the news app, you open your family group chat. Maybe one of your siblings has posted something funny, and at this rate, you could use some cheering up. The group chat has blown up overnight, and what you see makes your heart sink. Bushfires are raging again, and there's one burning only 2 suburbs over from where your cousins live. Everyone is frantic with worry. At this point, you walk away, coffee in hand, tense, miserable, and confused. You think, this can't go on. Something needs to be done. Someone needs to step up. We need a plan to fix all this social injustice, economic chaos, and environmental destruction. This is where the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, come in. Fixing the kinds of problems that bring your entire day down in the morning coffee line can't happen in just one way. The SDGs covers sustainability from different angles, socially, economically, and environmentally. They set global goals for the 3 Ps: people, planet, and prosperity. The SDGs form the heart of the 2030 Agenda, an action plan adopted by all 193 countries of the United Nations. They call for decent jobs, quality education, good health, gender and income equality, clean energy and water, biodiversity, and climate action. They aim to reach sustainable development by 2030. Governments play a key role in achieving these goals, but they're not the only players. Businesses, civil society, indigenous leaders, academia, and the general public all contribute as well. You might wonder where they came from. The SDGs were born in 2012 at the Rio+20, a UN conference on sustainable development in Rio de Janeiro, which was the largest conference ever held by the UN. Until 2012, there were different international agreements that dealt with environmental challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss. And there were the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, that aimed to achieve certain social targets in developing countries by the year 2015. The countries meeting at Rio+20 decided that a more comprehensive set of universal goals was needed to tackle the urgent social, economic, and environmental challenges facing the world. This kicked off the broadest consultation ever run by the UN. An unprecedented effort was made to get input from as many people as possible, particularly those who don't often get a say in international agreements. Over 10 million people around the world participated in the consultations and helped shape the SDGs. Apart from national governments, major stakeholder groups that were consulted included women, children and youth, indigenous peoples, NGOs, local authorities, workers and trade unions, business and industry, scientific and technological community, and farmers. I am pleased to share some good news for people and planet, UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon said to a packed room of press delegates. The good news? After 3 years of negotiations and debate, 193 countries had agreed to a set of development goals more bold and ambitious than anything that has come before them, the SDGs. The due date for the SDGs is the year 2030, which makes the 2020s the decade to deliver. But how can we know if progress on any of these monumental issues has been made? The 17 SDGs are built on an evidence-based framework of 169 quantitative targets and 232 indicators that accompany them. This ensures that the SDGs are clear, concise, time-bound, and measurable, which helps governments and decision makers to include the SDGs in their planning. This means that we can keep track on each of the SDGs' progress. To achieve the SDGs, all countries are expected to set up policies and investment plans, and to use the targets and indicators to track their progress. They then report their progress to the UN. This is done through voluntary national reviews, VNRs, with a selection of countries reporting each year. Most countries, including Australia, have already submitted their first VNR. Governments are crucial in achieving the SDGs because they create and finance policies that support the goals. But all stakeholders have an important role to play. Industries and businesses in finding solutions for goods and services that align with the SDGs, and communities and individuals in supporting SDG initiatives and in holding governments and the private sector to account. Education, research, and innovation are all essential to achieve the SDGs, so universities, with their ability to create and disseminate knowledge and solutions, play an absolutely vital role. You can probably already tell that reaching the SDGs will be no small feat. All responses, from the global to the national to the local, even down to the individual, need to be coherent and aligned. But progress to date has been slow, so that it becomes very clear now that a much deeper, faster, and more ambitious response is needed from governments, businesses, and communities. Many experts say that in order to achieve the SDGs, we need societal transformations now that are unprecedented in human history, and which represent a profound departure from business as usual. You may feel like the challenges are too big and too many. After all, you're just one person. But think about it this way. Every time you spend money, you have an opportunity to spend your money better. Every time you talk to someone, you have an opportunity to challenge their ideas for the better. You can seize these opportunities every day, 365 days a year. And of course, every couple of years, you have the opportunity to vote for the better. Not just in national elections, but in local ones too. That is an immense potential that lies with you and every other individual. The SDGs give us a roadmap for making the right choices and arriving at the right answers. Don't forget, together we are 7.8 billion people. Together, we can make big changes happen.
Welcome everyone. And good afternoon once again. Sorry for just starting this behind schedule. We started the current session in the morning very late because of very low attendance. So we want to quickly move to the next session. And the session is going to be chaired by Professor Harry Okeri, the National Officer, Capital Grants National Officer of the University, and is being represented by Professor Olayiwola. Prof, welcome. So, please come to the So, the keynote that we have two plenary presentations. The first presentation is going to be taken by the Research Management Office Director for the University, Professor Ayodele is going to do a virtual presentation. And then the second presenter will be Dr. Olawale Olaide of our own department and center. So this Dr. Olawale, please move to the item 2. And to discuss the two papers is also one of us, our own director, the coordinator for the rural development. He's a rural man in the urban city and in the university, Department of Agricultural Extension and Rural Development. Dr. Olusola Fadairo. Dr. Fadairo, please. So I will hand over to the chairman for the continuation of the session.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask us to just go straight to the session so that we can gain time. And then I'd like to call on the first speaker. That is Dr. Rosario Military, Director of the Salary. And I'd like to switch it on so that you can speak to us.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. I'm pleased to be on this program. Firstly, I have a pre-recorded slide, and I want to put down.
Fine. Sorry. Your time is running. Meeting.
Hello, Prof. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here to present this, to make this presentation this afternoon. No, sorry. What's wrong with stop sharing? Okay. Okay. Sorry. So I want to share my video. Okay. 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 Sorry for the for this technical issue. This is the title of my presentation, vaccine production hesitancy. This is the outline of the presentation. In introduction, we know that vaccine, can you hear me? Can somebody hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Vaccine development is one of the greatest milestones in health science. As we all know, the role it has played in reduction and the prevention of diseases. And the vaccine has no doubt increased the lifespan expectancy, reduce the mortality rate, and then enhance economic development, because they said a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. There are two types: prophylactic vaccine, which is for prevention of diseases, and then the therapeutic ones, which is for cure and fight against diseases. And over 25 vaccines have been developed over the years, and more are underway for development. Vaccine is production is a challenging task because of the enormous activities that goes into it to be, that makes it safe and then effective. Presently, there are few vaccine manufacturers worldwide because of this challenging nature of its activities. Vaccine production has about 94% percent chances of failure, and as a result of that, there's the caution to go into it. The global view is about the looking at it from the point of view of what happens across the world, and specifically how it affects the African continent. We know that the high-income countries have been responsible for vaccine production over the years, and the African countries, even though there are a few African countries that are into the production, but not at the expected rate. And that makes Africa to be importing about 99% of what is needed for vaccination, and that creates an access problem in Africa. So the because of lack of capacity to produce, then few hindrances to access the vaccine has been a major challenge. While the COVID-19 was been a major issue in Africa, it was there was a kind of conception that this particular disease was not very severe in Africa, given various reasons, some of which were not founded through scientific evidence, but serological studies have shown that high prevalence of the presence of the COVID-19 antibodies in Africa, and that 67% of the African population might have been infected. Sorry. On the history of vaccine production, we know that it has, dated back as far back as the 15th 100 AD in China, with the variolation was used to prevent smallpox among the locals. Later in 1796, an English scientist, Edward Jenner, found that individuals who have had a history of exposure to cowpox showed some considerable level of immunity to smallpox disease. And after about a century, there was an advancement in vaccine science, and this led to the work of Pasteur. Pasteur. In 1923, Alexander Glenning and Barbara Hopkins developed new methods to advance vaccine research. which resulted in the development of a vaccine for polio and other diseases, and which eventually made a revolution in terms of childhood diseases worldwide. The beginning of the 21st century marked a revolution in vaccine science with a more unprecedented studies to understand the pathogens and the vaccination through molecular genetics and the genome sequencing. So this method have revolutionized vaccine science to develop effective cure for emerging and re-emerging diseases. What are the drivers of vaccine production? One is the potency of vaccine, which has been demonstrated over the years against existing practice for preventing diseases. Also, it has helped population to adapt to new diseases through immunity, and also has helped also to ensure public health safety in general. What are the costs of a vaccine production? That's both a financial cost and as well as a social cost. Financial cost in terms of cost of research, and in terms of personnel. Training the required personnel is quite, requires a lot of resources, and also the manufacturing cost in terms of equipment and also storage cost, where which is quite different from the normal storage of other drugs and logistics, as well as clinical trials. The social costs involved include individuals' willingness to participate, because people are wary of vaccine that have not been tried anywhere, as we have seen in the recent past with COVID-19 vaccines, as also also noted with the case of the Pfizer-Trovan trial in Kano some years ago. There are also cultural issues like which drive people's perception and their attitude to vaccine use. This is a paper I published in 2007 on the polio vaccine boycott in Kano, which actually outlined and stated as most of the issues raised in this presentation. The politics involved in vaccine production, starting with the monopoly of the technology. The politicization of vaccine was evident through the stiff resistance of COVID-19 vaccine producers to the temporary intellectual property waiver initiated to enhance rapid local production and access to COVID-19 vaccines in low and middle income countries, and that eventually makes vaccine to be in the hands of the developed world. And also the issue of scientific and technical capacity has been a major issue, which at the end of the day sometimes lead to brain drain in African countries through fellowship for developing capacity in those areas for underdeveloped countries, which at the end of the day the individuals may not return back to their home countries to play the role expected of them. The intellectual property, as earlier highlighted in the in this presentation, it has always been a cat and dog, a kind of cat and mouse, a kind of relationship, which does not really give the right to the underdeveloped countries for production. And there's competition among the producers, among themselves, and also there is issue of recognition of a vaccine about who decide which vaccine should be adopted and which one should not be adopted. The vaccine hesitancy, we can see that achievement of vaccine has always been contested by people and organizations who disagree with and occasionally reject vaccination for a range of reasons, including religious, scientific, and then political reasons. Growing attention to what has been dubbed as a vaccine hesitancy in recent years has been the polarized earlier focus on for versus against. You have people making different kinds of arguments as to why a vaccine should be adopted and why it should not be adopted. This was very obvious in the last epidemics of COVID-19. So the vaccine hesitancy has been noted as an increasing concern globally. And that is why countries across the world try to provide attention to, how to make attention to draw attention to this and then attend to it in order to increase and fight the disease. My theoretical orientation for this is ecological and social action theories of change. And when you look at the theory, you see that the household is at the center of the activity where the individuals are supposed to use the vaccines reside, but the household is affected by the social cultural environment, as well as the social environment like a workplace, social network, and the peer influence. And then you have the household characteristics like the type and occupation and the income and education have impact on what happens at the household in terms of decision making, who makes the decision, the gender, and the choice that individual household members make. You then have the vaccine safety affected by the decision in terms of the perception, whether it's safe or it's not safe, which lead to whether it's going to be available, not available, or affordable, and then eventually use. Then that also lead to people taking different strategies, coping strategies, whether they go spiritual in the absence of the vaccine, or they deny completely, and then or they use alternative medicine, which eventually lead to what people will always want to do to ensure that they are in good health as individuals and as a family member. And the perception of vaccine safety also leads to hesitancy, which at the end of the day lead to uptake, whether it will lead to uptake or not. And then at the end of the day, the outcome will be either we have significant impact in the achievement or the attainment of the sustainable development goal, especially goal number 1, 2, 3, and 10, because they say a wealthy nation is a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. So when people are healthy, the tendency of spending more money on health will reduce, and there'll be more money in their pocket, and reduce poverty, and more people will be able to go to work and be productively engaged. Then lead to good health and well-being, and then reduce inequality, especially when there's a low pressure on the health facilities in the system. What are the drivers of vaccine hesitancy? One is the conspiracy theories and misinformation, as we noted and experienced in the last COVID-19 pandemic. Socioeconomic and healthcare inequalities as affecting the developing countries like ours, and low confidence in vaccine, as shown or demonstrated in my 2007 publication on Kano case. And then the social environment, what we hear from our workplace, many organizations and institutions put in place COVID-19 policies, and they are started in line with government policies, and then the social network that one belongs, and then the global influence. Then we have the household decision making, who makes decision at what happens at the household level, also plays a role in terms of what people, the choice that people make, and who is in that position to make the decision, and then the type of household, the socio-cultural environment. What are the effects of vaccine hesitancy on sustainable development? One is that it has an hindrance to mass vaccination, because when people are not sure and do not have faith in the vaccine, and then that will lead to low turnout during vaccine program. And then it will lead to waste of public health resources to correct misinformation. The money that's supposed to go to provide services will go into managing misinformation. Vaccine refusal, people will not want to take the vaccine, increase the demand for treatment, because people are not vaccinated. More people are likely to come down with the disease and will require to be treated. Increase the incidence of preventable diseases, as well as mortality rate will go up, and then disruption of interpersonal relationship due to fear of infection, and then also increase the out-of-pocket expenditure, as I explained earlier on, with the concept of a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. What are the ethics of vaccine hesitancy? One is there's issue of autonomy in terms of how decisions are made. Since mass vaccination is a Somebody muted me. Okay, so the autonomy of the individual is about the decision to make an informed decision. And we know that through mass vaccination is usually mandatory. So at what point would individual make their choice? The second one is the appropriate risk communication. For instance, the message of vaccine safety has been questionable without appropriate information, with the possibility of experiencing a number of side effects ranging from a mild, moderate to severe reaction after vaccine uptake. The herd immunity is an essential ethical issue, because the station, since it leaves public health at risk, and this addresses the situation whereby the chances of the community, even at the end of the day, achieving this herd immunity is an issue. And then the issue of justice and equity is also paramount, because when the resources are few, how do we ensure that individuals get justice in terms of equity, in terms of access to it? The implication for sustainable development, as I mentioned earlier, is it affects goal number one, no poverty. So as much as when individuals are not vaccinated, then it will mean that there will be a likelihood that of a better immune society, and then people will be prevented from the diseases, and then they'll be able to become a healthy population who will be able to be productively useful, and then be able to contribute economically. Then for goal 3, we reduce morbidity, mortality, and then prolong life. Then the goal number 3 is because of if people are vaccinated, there is that chances that it will prevent the diseases and then reduce pressure on the health system. What are the strategies for mitigating vaccine hesitancy? One is that the government needs to provide and
I'll give perspective on our partnership on other emergency. I will give some indicators of
vaccine hesitance. Vaccine hesitancy compounds public health challenges, and eventually will lead to negative consequences. The way out is that one is availability of strategic risk communication plan.
Collaborated with some people. Another one we can use in scientific word is collaboration. So we've said like a partnership, it means two people in agreement to do certain things. Another word, we are partners. Partnership is catalytic and synergistic in a way that there are certain things you cannot do alone. Okay, you can achieve much more if you work with somebody else to do a particular thing. For instance, if you have one person working alone, each one of them achieve, let me put a monetary time, have achieved 1,000 naira or earn 1,000 naira. But if they come together, they can earn 3,000 naira. So individually they can earn 2,000, but if they come together, they can earn 3,000 naira. So the extra 1,000 can be attributed to that synergy that has come as a result of partnership. So it can help to enlarge or to scale up activities. It can help to broaden the scope in terms of time and space. Also, partnership plays a critical role in building better. When we talk about the context of COVID-19, context of emergencies, we get to know more about this later. So, if partnership is so interesting and it's so beneficial, so why is everybody not having partnership? The reason is that we have pains and gains of partnership. It's not all partnership that work, okay? And it's not all partnerships that fail or that are not successful. So some partnerships are successful, some are not so successful. So what makes a successful partnership? A partnership is an arrangement, as I was alluding to, where parties, including business, especially in business arrangements, agree to cooperate or advance their mutual interests or benefits. So there must be something that will say, what are you bringing to the table? So if you're going to enter into a partnership with you, there must be something that you're going to complement in me to make us work together successfully. The other thing is that the partners are in partnership, maybe individual businesses or interest-based organizational schools, or a combination of this. So we can have individuals, two individuals coming together, we can have individuals coming into partnership with an organization, and we can have multilateral partnerships. So partnership can be active or passive. It can be primary or secondary or even tertiary. So there are different levels of partnerships. When I was thinking about this, I thought of what is the law of force mentioned? Where can I get partnership typified in a way? And I reflected and I come across this, and where God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion. You can see the first word is let us. We need to come together to achieve certain things. So there must be a coming together, a type of agreement with somebody to say, let us do this. Okay? So that is partnership. And it says in our own image. That talks about the similarities that we have. You don't have two unequal people working together. There will be disagreement all the time. So, and they have, so there must be something to be achieved. So you don't just say, I want to go into partnership. The basic one is marriage. You want to get married. To who? When? How? So there must be certain things that have to be laid out. You don't just run into partnership. Thank you. And what I want to emphasize is saying, upon the earth. So there must be a space that you operate in terms of partnership. Overall partnership for our work here is on aim to improve the society. So the health here stands for the society, the environment we work. So if you want to go into partnership, what are the things you need to have to make a successful partnership as well? First is that there must be open communication. You must be transparent in your dealings as you agree. There must be accessibility. If you have a partner, now it's not about physical location. You have a partner in Australia. Recently, we were discussing on the internet platform, and we're ruminating. Somebody was marking his wedding anniversary, and he recalled that during the time that we had introduced GSM, it was so expensive. But MTN, thank God, we need to have midnight call. So I was reading and said, oh, thank God for MTN that we have to communicate, even though my fiancé was not around. Maybe was serving in different locations. Okay. So accessibility is not a function of closeness, but how to reach the person at any point in time. And thankfully, we have technology to help us with that. There is flexibility. You must be flexible as a partner. You cannot be so rigid. This is the way I want my things to be done. This is my space. Then it means that you are not ready to take other person's. There must be mutual benefits. What is each one of you bringing on board? And if you're not bringing the right things on board, then that partnership will just be for a short time. At the end of the day, you must be able to say, since I've met you, what have you contributed, or what are these relationships brought to me? What have I achieved as a result of this relationship? If you cannot say that, then it may just be in a wrong partnership arrangement. So I don't say all that about partnership. What is partnership? What are the qualities of a successful partnership? What then is emergency? Because we are trying to build partnership that will help us to survive in the case of emergency. And emergencies or emergency scenarios are forms of divergence from desired development pathway. You are developing in a pathway and something just comes suddenly to disrupt that trajectory. They will say that's an emergency to respond to, because until you deal with that case, you are not able to move forward to the next level. Not the other level, the next level of your mind. But it means that when a situation where we talk about secondary variables, where all things are no longer equal, you cannot add 1 + 1 and it give you 2. You cannot say you want to go to Lagos because there's a lockdown. So that's an emergency. So there are various unexpected, and these are various unexpected and often dangerous catastrophic situations requiring immediate action. So if you don't do anything here and now, you cannot just move. Okay? And so examples of an emergency case you are thinking of what an emergency is. We don't run through emergency in our lives at some point in time. Have you heard of urgent 5K? Have you heard that before? Have you heard about urgent 5K? Oh, maybe 5K is too big. Have you heard of 100K, right? It's a person in an emergency and just need money now. And when you have urgent 2K, urgent 5K, who do you go to? You remember your partner, you remember your friend, you remember, oh, you just came back from home. I have urgent 2K, I want to, things like that. So we are all maybe unconsciously in emergency, but again, because you will need to be in emergency at any point in time, and that's why you build a relationship. So if you cannot build a relationship, you cannot just run to somebody and say, give me. So they can be man-made. Emergency can be man-made, like terrorism. Somebody just say, I'm tired of you people, I want to get free. You know, that is not caused by God or environment. It's just that somebody just feel that certain things should not be. It can be a natural emergency, like earthquake and tremor and all that issues, typhoon and all that. So, and you have to evacuate the community. One of the keynote speakers yesterday mentioned about the case of emergency that is related to earthquake in Germany. Another thing that is still relevant with us is the pandemic. In the case of the pandemic, the COVID-19, it was an emergency. Some of us never experienced that in our lifetime. The last time it happened was in 1920. So it was like a century ago. So many of us, many people who survived then are not alive now, at that time, even now. So many people didn't know what to do, were confused, as it were. Okay, they don't even know how to lock down properly and things like that. So it was an emergency, and still we are seeing a pre-emergency situation. I mean, post-emergency situation. So to do this, then bringing emergency partnership and emergency scenario, what are the things that we need to do? We need to have a passion, ambition, and introspection. If things happen, where do I go to? It is very important. You must have a proposal. It's like a marriage, it's a basic partnership that we all know. If you have a proposal, you cannot proceed on the marriage. Even though maybe someone can get married without a proposal. But in everything, you want to propose, what do I want? What do I want to achieve? Then you work towards the achievement. You have to prioritize what you want. In emergency, there are many things that come to your mind, but there must be one thing, that one person that you must run to get you that 200 or 2,000 project. There must be preparedness and ability to accept the terms of reference. Because in every partnership, there are needs. You need to say, oh, this is what we want to achieve in this relationship. I will pursue that to a logical conclusion. There must be basis for entry and exit. It's not all partnerships that you are there that you will be forever. Because it's an emergency, they will not always have a state of emergency. So because of that period of time, so when this is eased out, they will go back to our way of life. We used to hear about new normal, but it was just new and normal at that point in time. But maybe now it's not normal. If we are to have this conference by 2020 when we had it, we have to come and stop. But now you are free. Okay, so you are back to the normal, but at that point there was a new normal. So if you are not compliant, you are not a good partnership. So I want to write some examples of partnerships that have worked or that are working or that failed. Remember, to critical partnership, I will start one from the global perspective and the other one from Nigeria perspective. The first one, which is global, is called COVAX. I mean, COVAX, maybe I'll cover it. Let me tell you what COVAX means. COVAX is an alliance, like a sort of partnership to ensure that people have access to COVID-19 vaccine. Because as we know, without vaccination, it will be impossible to get out of COVID-19 situation. And thankfully, the presentation before talked about production and efficiency. So in order to promote access, remember one of the key issues about access is that you need to make it available to people. And because of the cost that is involved, financial cost, we need to have an alliance of people supporting those who cannot have it. Because you cannot afford to say, okay, Africa, you can all die because we have money. Because what happens here also affects other people in other locations. In order to ensure that equity, there was this, we have this COVAX to ensure that vaccine distribution essentially. And it was funded in April 2020, in about 5 months into the pandemic, to ensure that. And what it did was to coordinate international resources to enable low to middle income countries equitable access to COVID-19 tests. Because what test was expensive to do it, because if people don't make the test available, people will not naturally go for tests. And if people have COVID, they don't go for tests, they begin to spread it. And you can imagine the health in the community, and therapies and vaccines. What is the status of the current vaccination rollout and use up to this moment? We see from this distribution that Africa is still very low. In fact, on the average of 6% of that are fully vaccinated as at May this year. I will say that again, that's being played out, that the rich country must have to take care of themselves before they take care of others. And you can see that in the US, Canada, Australia, Asia, that is China area, and even in Latin America, that the vaccination rate is more than the rest of Africa. All right. So also in Africa, we will think that when you have the vaccine, one of the problems was that okay, no African country was producing vaccine. If that was a problem, you have to get vaccine, and when you get to the country, they are expired. You know that vaccine was brought to Ghana over 100,000 doses because it has a very short span, lifespan. So we talk about they talk of okay, maybe because there's no vaccine production in Africa. So let's have one in Africa. Lo and behold, they have only one in South Africa, and that only one was started production, but nobody was buying. What do you think then is the problem? If you don't have, we brought one for you, and come and buy, you cannot buy again. So you see that vaccine is not just about vaccine production, but also about efficiency. And even the culture of people using vaccine, because that the material is produced in Africa, we not even make it from Africa, we produce it. They prefer, or we to have it from another. Another partnership I want to talk about briefly is about COVID. This is an indigenous collaboration, different sectors and project agencies to bring relief, as it were, all the structure, especially during the pandemic, and it was put in March 2020, Saturday 2020, and it was because of community fundraising, setting up isolation centers, PPEs, and giving palliative. Let me pick one of these things we did. And remember the story of palliative, right? Did you remember what palliative? Yes. They had meetings, they had palliative, but I don't know why it happened. Maybe it was coincidence or it was just design. That about the same time we had NSAS, and people were already very angry, and they discovered that the palliative were living in warehouses and they went on looting. But what is surprising to me, and I was reflecting on this, I don't want to look at the issue of looting and all that, but I want to concentrate on the area of the infrastructure that they provided. One of the assumptions there that was that the COVID-19 helped us to give, to provide more. Let me know when my time is up. When I have 2 minutes or 1 minute there. Okay, you have 2 minutes. Okay, I'll be on time. Is that the assumption is that when we have the COVID-19 isolation centers can be converted to primary health centers and use, help us to expand the health infrastructure in the country. But I was reflecting, I was asking myself, how many of these isolation centers are still running now? How many of them have actually been converted to primary health centers? Okay. The other time I wanted to do COVID tests, and the tests, the place I normally use, they are closed down. They are not using it again. They are referring me to another place to do the test. It means that perhaps the infrastructure that we assume that they would be converted to primary health centers. The question is, who will fund these centers? Who will man them? Who have infrastructure or human resources to man these centers? So if I'm interested in that study, so I want now to investigate how many isolation centers were established in Nigeria during COVID. How many of them are still existing now? How many of them have achieved the original purpose of being converted to primary health center and period? So if you're interested, just join me, right? So what happens afterwards? Africa got a vaccine company in South Africa without patronage. So we wonder, why can't people patronize made in Africa? Maybe you too, because you are one of us. The company that got that, you don't know how much it takes to establish a vaccine production process, a plant. And how that, but thankfully it was Johnson & Johnson that they brought in, which is just one dose. It's the only vaccine that has one dose out of the COVID. Others will have to take 2 doses of 3 as a booster. So how is this supposed to solve our problem, and how is it not solving our problems? Because the vision of Africa is that Africa should, by 2063, part of agenda 2063, that Africa should be able to produce 60% of the vaccines that are needed. Could this be a missed opportunity to have a vaccine production plant in Africa or in Nigeria? Talk about molecular testing facilities. Nigeria didn't have so many. When we had only 2 by COVID, but now we have more than 10. So do we have to wait for a next pandemic to start bringing up things again? Why is it difficult for us to sustain our sustenance as a country? Then I ask, is this a missed opportunity, or we are just Africans who we are? In closing, I want to throw this question to ponder. Is anything African about partnership in Africa? Is it something that when Africa does something, we're not likely to get it right? Is there something African about it? So ask that yourself that question. Who do you blame for lack of workable partnership? Where is COVID today? What are they still doing? Do you still hear anything about them? Or does it mean that there's no COVID again? Now we have monkeypox. Do we learn anything, if at all, from COVID-19 experience? And the last thing to ask is, how can we make partnership sustainable in Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very much. I didn't make any preliminary statements because I didn't want to eat into their time. We're working behind schedule. We discussed to quickly go over the 2 papers before we have a question and answer session. So I now call on you to please present your discussion.
Mr. Chairman, the general representatives, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name and my job is very simple. Is to discuss these 2 papers that we just listened to from Professor Isds, Dr. Kolawale. The first paper by Professor Jegede titled Vaccine Production and Hesitancy. Perhaps I'm going to spend more time on this, not necessarily going through all the presentations again, but really presenting us with some important highlights of what I consider as my personal take home, which can as well be our own important points or knowledge that we can deliberate upon after this discussion. In summary, the paper highlighted the historical background to vaccine production, political issues which he called politicization of vaccine production. He spoke at length about why people are hesitant, of course. That appeared to be the major focus of this paper, hesitant of taking vaccine. And he concluded by relating how all these issues will cumulatively affect sustainable development. I will just pick on 2 important things that I personally noted from Professor Jegede's presentation. Number 1 is that the global north countries are responsible for vaccine production. Up to 99% of the vaccines we consume in Africa are produced by these developed countries. And as a result, Africa has the highest incidence of death caused by infectious diseases. Of course, that is not far-fetched because we are not really involved in vaccine production. That means that we have to import vaccines. That has cost implications and some other logistical, problems. We eventually create limited access. Of course, that is what we are currently experiencing, particularly during the time of COVID-19. There was a time that we had limited access to vaccines, and then I like to relate these to the keynote presentation by Professor Tomori yesterday. Indeed emphasized the fact that Africa as a continent needs to be more involved in driving development agenda. I think this is a serious problem for us in Africa, on this continent. We don't really participate. We are not so much involved. We have been challenged by both presenters for the need for us as a continent to rise up to the challenge of ensuring that we move from the aspect of, from the end of consuming, continent that is consuming what is produced by the global north. We should actually be interested in putting something on the table also. I don't think it is too much of a big deal or task for us as a continent to produce vaccine. We have had of serious breakthroughs that African, professionals of African origin are doing in developed countries. So that means that as individuals and as a government in particular, there is a need for more investment in research and in education if we must be on the right track towards this building forward and building a better and sustainable nation and a continent. We as Africans, second point is that we must believe in our own ability to lead, particularly to lead scientific breakthroughs. Dr. Elaine actually emphasized this also, and he has the question why, even when a firm came to Africa, South Africa, to produce vaccines, and people were not still interested in purchasing vaccines from that company. The uptake was slow. I learned something when I was studying rural urban dichotomy. One of the things that my teacher has taught me. Some of the indicators we use to delineate between urban and rural areas, apart from population size and also infrastructural development. We also have an important indicator, which is what is the people's perception about their own environment. You go to a people and they say that, oh, it's part of the indicators of adjudging or identifying or characterizing that area, whether it is urban or, of course, you cannot take this indicator without consideration for others. How do we see ourselves? We must believe in ourselves. We must have positive perception and understanding that our people can also wait. And it is until we do this that we begin to see change. During the time of COVID outbreak, we had I don't want to say breakthroughs, but we had that some African countries made attempts. Maybe the urban minister came up with solutions. But you see, the way the news was greeted, the reactions that greeted that breakthrough was appalling because people, it shows that this is not about whether it was genuine or not. But once we heard that this came from Africa, that cannot work. At that time, everybody was actually looking to the global north countries to give us solutions. And anything that comes from the African continent, we don't really give it a second chance, a thought, to even think whether it can be real or otherwise. We just jettison it and countenance it easily. That because we don't seem to believe in ourselves, we don't believe that we can, and we don't believe that we've got what it takes to do this. Yes, in terms of investment, in terms of infrastructure, we are not there yet, and that's why we should call on the government and interested stakeholders to invest more. But in terms of human capital ability, we have what it takes. So we should give ourselves a chance. Secondly, drivers of hesitancy. I want to bring out an important point from what Professor Jegede his presentation on the drivers of hesitancy. He listed 7. I won't go through those 7, but what is important to me is that 6 out of these 7, they have something either directly or indirectly related to social issues. See, we're talking about social economy, health inequalities, low confidence in vaccine, social environment, household decision making, household characteristics, socio-cultural environment. And that speaks volume of the roles that social issues play in the process of development. Of course, I am from the extension background, and this we have on this a lot. And it's a lesson, it's an important lesson for those of us who are in the front border of promoting development agenda in any areas of sustainable development goals. We must know that there are important elements, social elements, that we need to pay careful attention to. You are aware of what happened in the northern part of Nigeria sometimes in about oral polio vaccine and how people resisted until efforts were deployed to ensure that galvanized, bring people, the clerics and the leaders, traditional rulers, paying careful attention to social issues and educating them. That was when there was a little improvement in the uptake of oral polio vaccine. So, in building better forward, we must pay attention to social issues. That is one of the important ways by which we can guarantee sustainability and sustainable development. Dr. Laide alluded to this by saying that development must be people-centered. Must be people-centered. On this presentation, Dr. Laide spoke on partnership. And I find his presentation and that of Professor Jegede, I find a lot of commonalities between those two presentations. Apart from the fact that he highlighted what partnership process is, in current emergency situations, we give examples from our own recent experience in Nigeria. And he also highlighted what kinds of partnerships are required to build forward. Then he gave us some questions to ponder. And I think that some of those questions have been answered in this my little discussion. So I find commonalities, connections. Both papers have a lot in common about arresting emergency situations. One was talking about emergency scenarios, and the other presentation was about vaccine production. Of course, vaccines are necessary to arrest, to intervene where there are cases of emergency outbreak, okay, like the recent pandemic we experienced. So, also, both papers emphasize the need for involvement. Of course, it came in different nomenclature. It appeared in different nomenclature in both papers. So either by way of partnership, by way of people, orientation to be people-centered, stakeholders involvement, and participation. All these are saying the same thing. That all hands need to be on deck in order to ensure that we must build partnership, we must work together. Everybody has got one thing or the other to contribute to the table. Similarly, I'd like to conclude again by saying that Africa as a continent needs to rise up and wake up. We aren't doing enough, and that is why the MDGs team we performed abysmally in terms of our outcome. We map our outcome on the Millennium Development Goals. We are also on the same trajectory, a trend with respect to our assessment of the current SDGs that were launched by 2030. But we can still make improvement if we understand and awake from our slumber that we need not to sit on this corner of let the global north countries produce, let them do this for us. No nation or no continent can attain self-sufficiency and development when we sit at that kind of corner. Beggarly attitude concern. Thank you very much. This is
I'd like to thank Father for his lucid summary presentation of the papers. And I'd like to also thank the two speakers, two being some of the generous speakers. We'll now go to the question and answer session. Can you please bring Jegede the two presentations are extremely important, especially if you look at the position of Africa in the scheme of things around the world. The politics of vaccine production itself is something that we need to think deeply about. It's true that the United Nations will present millennium goals every now and again. The situation of Africa has not changed significantly from the beginning of the post-colonial period. And they keep bringing these schedules of millennium development goals, sometimes choosing a few years, sometimes choosing decades, hoping that Africa will catch up. But the politics of the world itself is so complex that there is sometimes no hope of expecting that Africa will meet up with any millennium development goal. Now it is the pandemic that has actually brought out some of the things which had often been talked about in development circles about where Africa is coming from, where it is and where it is going. No nation will transfer technology to you free of charge. And the manufacture or the making of vaccines at home is non-existent. So for that reason, we do not expect people to simply jump at these vaccines. Many of them are so skeptical, they don't even know what the vaccines are about or what is involved in it. So people are skeptical, and significantly and culturally so. They need to be skeptical because it is true that no nation ever rushes the production of vaccines. So when the pandemic came, nobody expected it. And when vaccines are produced in a hurry, you had some of the horror stories of what some people went through. The vaccines are supposed to preserve their lives, are supposed to protect them from morbidity or death. But at the end of the day, some people, in reaction actually to the vaccines, brought out symptoms which led to their death. The papers are extremely interesting, and they touch on matters of development that are important and crucial for the future of Africa. I would like, on this note, I would like to call on the audience to please respond to what the speakers have said, ask questions, and make comments so that we can round up the session. Okay, let's just give numbers. So we just see 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all for the first round of questions. So just give them like so that
Thank you, sir. My concern is decolonizing partnership. How do we decolonize this partnership? Most especially now that Africa is receiving patronage every day from the global north. So how do we get out of that mess? That's the first point. The second issue is what you mentioned about South Africa. That company started producing coffee vaccine, but nobody requested for it in Africa. Can we know why? Because what I know is that Madagascar invented coffee syrup, which many African countries actually demanded. But it was discouraged by WHO and even by our own African Union. So that's the politics that Professor Laliola is talking about. And it's not only that the COVID vaccine was produced only in the global north, it was also produced in the global south, especially by India and China. So it's possible that the multinational corporation in South Africa, maybe the prices, okay, maybe the prices are not comparative enough. That is why African countries rejected the ones produced in South Africa, and then they relied on the one produced in Russia, China, as well as India. So these are issues that we really need to look at. It's not that Africans actually rejected what was produced in South Africa. Do we know the prices? Do we know the conditions? Do we even know the identity of the company? Because South Africa is not supposed to assist Madagascar in upscaling our own syrup, but it did not at the end of the day. And Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. During the plenary yesterday, I raised this issue of conspiracy theory. Can you imagine that has just indicated the first factor that Professor Davidson is working against Africa is conspiracy theory. Now, I have this maxim of Yoruba culture. Orisha, to Alebele, Sheribo, God, Oji. You cannot bless me. You cannot help me to succeed. You cannot help me to rise. Let me maintain the status quo. Status quo ante. Status quo ante. Can you imagine? Some people will come from somewhere. They will bastardize our thinking, our culture, our fetish, our values. The powerful ones, yesterday, it was a kind of consolation kind of that nobody will come from somewhere to help us. If people cannot come from somewhere to help us, should people come from somewhere to jeopardize our efforts? Should people come from somewhere and equip people, give them guns, to discourage them from doing anything? Should people come from somewhere and say our person is not good? I put it across to Professor Chomori yesterday. Baba, did we make it? You do have ways, or it was rejected, or we didn't make anything at all. The Malaysia experience is there. They started from somewhere. At the end of the day, they said it's toxic. What is toxic in foundation? There is no how foundation will get amendments. They destroy the Malaysian experimental foundation. If you don't have foundation, what do you want to build on? Nothing. So the question is, which way forward to the concerning my boss? There's no time likely to give a lecture. I will not give or the other from the lecture. If colonialism is going to be our problem, we can create other forms of partnership. We have practical partnership. The same ideology, the same method of execution. We have horizontal partnership. They will not even involve colonial masters. The same ideology, different levels of execution. And we have conglomerates. Let's follow all Africans together. Let's develop our own ideologies. Then we'll create a resultant. We have the vertical and horizontal axis. Then we'll create a resultant effect along the middle. That's going to give us, then that will make us factorial.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please kindly make your questions short so that we can give chance to other people online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bangladesh from Forest Research of Nigeria, Trade Headquarters. For what we have done since yesterday up to this moment, there's a problem or a question bubbling in my heart. Having made a lot of effort to produce different products from Africa, from Nigeria. I want to say here categorically, for instance, in frame, during the COVID era, researchers in the institute came together to discover, I call it it's not a vaccine really, but a product that was tested by NAFDAC, accepted, given NAFDAC number. It's all over the places, the ministers, they are using it, and several dignitaries in the country. Of course, we have products. Let me be particular about Nigeria. We have products in Nigeria. What is the problem? What is that conspiracy that these things are not selling in the world markets? What is the branding or an orientation, or is it revamping our quality that we can tag to Nigeria products I'm talking Nigerian because I'm a Nigerian first because people are African. So what is it we can do to actually make our products sell globally and among ourselves? I will be so happy if I will be able to get a kind of definite answer to this particular constraint. I haven't finished from this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm Samuel Jackson. My question is to Dr. Lady. It's related to partnership with address emergencies. Some most emergencies are offshore or thrown up within a time frame. And as the time or the offshore decline, the energy and resources put into that partnership also tends to decline. So what do you think can be done to sustain the tempo, the energy and resources to that partnership? That's one. Then the second one is that many partnerships are destroyed by external factors or third-party effects, which most times we can overrule. How do you think we can handle external effect of third-party interventions that can stop such partnership? Talking about vaccine, which Prof talked about, that's a politicization of vaccine ownership. Most of the criteria to standardize the vaccine are not set by Africans. Some of them are even against Africans. So what do you do when the criteria to standardize something is against you? Some have said Africa goes into games, into productions, that we are not the one dictating the rule of the game. So already the rule of the game is against you, and you are not the one that set it. So you are finding in between. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. If you'd like to go online and also ask so that I can take all the questions together. Professor Labode, you can see your hand up.
Thank you so very much, my brother.
Ask your question.
Thank you so much, sir. How are you, sir? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh my God. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Oh, very good. Eko Jometa, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how to say that in English. So, well, I want to express my delight at what is going on right now at Bodija. My delight is in the fact that virtually all those with whom we started this journey still identify with the center. And for me, that in itself is sustainability. And so the next thing is building forward, like we've been talking about since yesterday. We have to still stick together and move forward. Now, I want to play the devil's advocate because I listened to the presentations, virtually all of them. I listened to Wale, I listened to Shola, big boys now. I want to play the devil's advocate. I hope I'm being heard. I hope I'm being heard. Hello? Oh my God.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I said I wanted to play the devil's advocate. I don't know if we have thought about this. Universities are already under threat all over the world. Good, we are awarding degrees, but there's nothing we are teaching that we cannot find on the internet. We are just an enclave of knowledge, and people only need our certificates. Now, what the whole world needs now is skills. And that's why in many advanced countries, you have people who don't have degrees, who are earning more than professors, who are earning more than medical doctors. I think it's important that we in the university system should try to climb down from our high horse and shake hands with the private sector. Let us shake hands with people in the informal sector. There is so much skill out there. People who are not in the university, who are doing great, great things. We have to find a way of shaking hands with them. I think that will be part of moving forward better that we have been advocating since yesterday. So once again, I want to thank everybody for this beautiful outing, seeing all the old faces with whom we started the journey, still being part of the process. Thank you very much and good afternoon. It's a pity I'm a bit far away, so I can't be physically with you, but I've enjoyed every moment since yesterday. Thank you.
Any other? Then it's my pleasure to call on the speakers to questions. So, Jagede online. Professor Jagede, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you hear us?
I'm here. I will quickly reply because I have to join the training program, which is starting by 2 o'clock. I've listened to the comments. I see them as comments rather than questions, and the whole thing centers around the conspiracy issues, and then all about the status of Africa in terms of ascertaining its position in the committee of vaccine producers. On the conspiracy theory in terms of which way forward, I'll just align with Professor Labode who just spoke. All is about commitment to research. We are in the whole of the African continent. Less than 4% of the GDP is spent on research, and that is no society can develop without research. And we can see what is ongoing in our own country in the last 6 months. So because when you talk about even the conspiracy theory, there's what called a scientific community. And those are the, according to Thomas. These are people that guide and then decide on what happens in the science world. And when you do not belong, you are left out. How do we belong? We belong by our education, and like Professor Popola mentioned, we cannot do this without leaving behind the society. In fact, I listened to a presentation some times ago where somebody was saying that in America now people are moving towards a hands-on skill programs rather than a degree, because the job of the 21st century, you cannot find the skill in the classroom, but things that you can get hands-on. And for us to be able to match up, we need to really invest heavily in research and then compete effectively at that level. If you don't compete effectively in research, the journey will be far. And then on getting our products, to be available and then be sold across the globe, we need partnership, because some of these things, we cannot achieve alone. So until we begin to partner among ourselves and then among the, with international, global community, then that this may be a long journey. So we also need to change our perception of about things like that comes from within. because we don't change our perception and we rely heavily on what comes from outside, we may not make any progress in that instance. I want to say that during the pandemic, many people sort out their own problem, even at the household level, through the household remedies, which eventually turn out to be positive for the individuals. But nobody is asking how this, to harness this opportunity, to translate it to research opportunity and also to product. I know there are so many products out there, but there are also many questions that we can also build on the experience of how people manage the situation during the pandemic, and then can eventually become a valid answer to some of the questions bothering mind, and then provide the scientific basis for our claim. So generally, I think the government needs to help in such a way that we have an agenda, a plan, a strategic plan for addressing our local challenges. Until we have this, we continue to remain at the mercy of the outsiders. Thank you. Thank you.
5 after the hour here, so I'm going to go ahead and get started and
Hello?
record this session. So we'll send you all a copy of the
questions, some of which have been addressed by other ones. The first question says, how do we decolonize partnership? I think what my mentor here is saying is that how do we extricate ourselves from the idea that if it's not coming from abroad, then it's not useful for us. I think in economics, what you focus on is a market. We have a market in Africa. We are over 1 billion people on the earth. If you can only harness the resources, but the problem is that it's difficult to find another African collaborating with another African, another institution. Maybe because of the fact that maybe poverty, or not poverty of the mind, not necessarily poverty of cash, because we believe that if we have a partner from Europe or America, the person will bring money, and therefore we will use the money to improve our own poverty status. It's not true. If Africa is talking on the average, especially West Africa, over 60 years of independence, and we still have to rely on people who don't have the problem as such to come and solve our problem. Imagine China producing a gari processing machine, and we cannot have engineers in Nigeria, even though I do want to know that engineers are called error, but they are not producing error that can even solve our own problem. I'm saying that they cannot produce marketable that is in the market to solve our problems. I know I have an engineer. Yes, I know. Let me give an example. To prevent it, during the COVID pandemic, people were producing things to wash hands, as basic as washing hands. One was produced in the frontage of the University of Ibadan. After 1 month, I went there. It is so dilapidated, people cannot use it again. So how do you build on that knowledge to say next time when there's a pandemic, we can now automate it? You cannot even produce extensions to say, okay, this is the temperature of the people that come to use this facility. You just put a hand washing machine there and cannot even go there now and find it. So that's what I mean by we don't think of the future. We don't think of how to upgrade for what we have. So it's not going to be Americans or somebody else that will do that for us. We have to do it, we have to personalize what we do. Some companies were producing hand sanitizer, were producing face masks, and at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, what have we learned? What have we gathered? What has been our experience? We talk about COVID-19. We have malaria that is more endemic. How many people die from malaria every year? But because it's COVID, everything you now have the statistics every day, 29 cases, 100,000 cases. How many times do we report malaria cases in Nigeria? We don't, because we say it's not important to us. Maybe it's not important to us. But there have been a lot of research on malaria in colleges and all that. How can we not have a vaccine for malaria in Africa? Because it's more endemic. So we cannot solve that problem until we are ready for it. For instance, when Madagascar, I think my friend was saying Malaysia, it's not Malaysia, it's Madagascar that produced a syrup. It was something that syrup got to Nigeria and was tested by NAFDAC that we discovered that it was actually anti-malaria. It put some immunity of malaria more than the COVID itself. But of course, COVID has some symptoms with malaria. Why can't we develop a lab, maybe just want a lab that is global in Africa, but the politics will be, where are you going to site it? Who will be working there? Recently, Nigeria was wondering why do we have more non-Nigerians in ECOWAS employment? But what did they do there? And the same thing happening when you want to choose a leader in a country or something like that. We have to go beyond patronizing people, but go beyond, talking about what do they deliver? What are the resources that we have to do that? And it's not about colonialism. It's about our mentality. Let's produce Nigeria, consume, make in Nigeria. And with time, we will get market. We have a market, we always say, but we don't have a product. The other thing is that why are Africans, why didn't they patronize the company in South Africa? There could be a lot of reasons. One of it was that because Africans feel that COVID-19 is not a problem to us. Recall that when we first of all started the experience of COVID-19, people were saying that it is for those who travel. So those who don't travel will not have COVID. Until those who are not traveling as the to have COVID, then we thought it was a serious thing. And again, if it does not touch you, don't know somebody that has COVID and survived or died, then you will not think it's not actually a big disease after all. Okay. So the third thing is that the relevance of the conspiracy theories, Professor Degede has mentioned that. The other thing is that what we need to do to sustain the energy for partnership. It's not that we don't have partnership, but it is not sustained. So what do we need to do that? As I said earlier, it's not only when you need urgent 2000 that you go to somebody. You must have that relationship before you go to somebody. So the best way to prepare for war is when you are not in war period. You don't start preparing for war when you are already, the enemy is already at the door. So the best way to prepare for partnership now that you need in the future is now. So start building it and contribute to the partnership. It's not going to be, you don't have anything all the time. You must be contributing to the partnership. And the last point is that how can we shake hands with those who are outside the university? Partnership, as I mentioned, one of the partnerships I highlighted is CACOPID. CACOPID is the partnership that came up during the COVID-19 and was headed by the private sector essentially. But how do we sustain that partnership? It's not only when we always have challenges as a nation. When we have security challenges, how are private sectors coming on board? When we have health challenges, how do we have private sector? When we have educational challenges like we are on strike now, and I also learned that research is still on strike longer time than after strike. So I don't even talk about the research, I will talk about research and development, right? Research for development. So it has to be everybody. When the system, the unit of the system is affected, it affects the whole system. We cannot talk about sustainable development without education. We cannot talk about sustainable development without health sector. So we have to think and rally around all this sector, and the private sector is critical. The private sector emphasizes business, but we can see how business and see how the common goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And had a wonderful audience. I'd like to just summarize. We have two keywords of development. One of them is decolonization, the other one is conspiracy theory. Now, the truth is that knowledge, well, development has to do with three components of knowledge production. The Leonard philosopher Polyphony identified that there are three aspects of knowledge: knowledge production, knowledge analysis, as well as knowledge application. The middle gap for Africa is always missing because we tend to outsource it. Those things are done abroad. We produce, in fact, this is the only country that produces crude oil and it imports petrol. What's refined oil. Africa produces the largest volume of cocoa. Chocolates are manufactured abroad. The truth also is that engineers are as good as engineers anywhere in the world. They can perform what you think is magic and be done here. But the problem actually is that we do not have an elite. We do not have the politicians who think that they are the leaders. Actually, leaders are actually very elitist in their thinking, their understanding of the world. The class of politicians that we have are not leaders actually, because they don't do any analysis. There's no forensic analysis of any situation. They deal with money and cash flow and exchange. The truth is that Africa can arrive there when we develop the right elite. And the truth, you mentioned the point about how does conspiracy work against Africa. Conspiracy would work if you are not in a partnership, if you are the weaker link of the partnership. There's no way you can call the shots. The truth is that when they saw that you are not going to take those vaccines, they were bringing, whether you knew what was in it or not. They said they couldn't travel beyond Kenya, couldn't come to their countries unless you be vaccinated. And so many of our people who couldn't do without going abroad had to take the vaccination. We all had to go and take the vaccination so that they can travel. They are also afraid. What of if they stop the importation of certain things? What of if we can't get these facilities from abroad? And so they didn't even look inwards at all. Whereas there are people here who actually can manufacture the vaccines. The vaccines are never manufactured in a hurry. We have. So people are bound to be suspect or suspicious. I thank you all for your wonderful participation. This has been a wonderful session and a wonderful audience too. Thank you very much for coming. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you, sir, for the other presentation. Before we move to the next session, sir, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol so that I won't fall down with that. Now we have one of our students here has something to explain to us. Please, here is the guy. Please. So just we are giving him just only 5 minutes before we move to the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shakra Lion. I'm the founder of Garden in a Box Africa. So this is Garden in a Box Africa. It is an organic vegetable starter kit. So during COVID, my wife and I, so I mean, I've always been in Lagos, so I didn't have a choice, I had to join her. So we decided to start the vegetable garden in our backyard. And I mean, long story short, we saw that it was really making sense. We're harvesting, and of course, she's quite engaged on her job. Researcher at UC, always busy, but she found time. She loved it, and we started also making compost manure from kitchen waste. Then a friend called me from Lagos. I mean, he's a realtor, and I know he's a big boy. What we call big boy? Because I mean, last time I saw him, he was looking good. Then he called me, and I thought he was joking. He said, "Can I just say you're looking about 102K?" I mean, I know somebody that I'll probably say if I leave 1.5 million, you should be able to raise it. Said, "Well, please, I mean, I need 5K for my family and I too." As at then, he had 2 girls and his wife. I just noticed of, are you really my age? How far is it? He says, "How is real estate?" Then he came back to it again. I mean, I laughed it off again. Then the 3rd time he said, she said, "Oh, I mean, not eating." I'm like, "Okay, for real." Just to eat, he needed the money to eat. This was my wife and I. In 4-6 weeks, we're harvesting our grain, our wage. My wife was super happy. And I realized that then by that was 2020, by early 2021, I got into a United Nations Food System Summit accelerator. I made some applications and I was accepted. So during the accelerator program, we're told that there's this popular United Nations statistics, and we all know the world's population projected by UN to go to 8.5 billion and 10 billion by 2030 and 2050 respectively. I mean, there'll be so much mouths to feed. We know that. And we don't even want to talk about cost of food now. We all know it's probably 500% in the last 5 years. Last time my wife went to the market and she came back, she was like, things are getting, when are we expanding our vegetable garden? Let's just keep this moment so that we manage it well. So during the program, what UN Food System Summit was emphasizing was we need to not just increase food production, but most importantly, increase it sustainably. I don't want to go into how people are cutting down trees, using toxic chemicals to increase productivity by harvest per hectare and all that. So basically, what we came up with is this starter kit. So this one is our old prototype design. So this is what we're working with currently. And what's the kit all about? Basically, basic essential tools and ingredients you need to run an organic vegetable garden successfully. Growing up in the 80s, I remember being in the 80s. I'm sure our mentors can bear with this. You had before you take count of 5 houses now. You will find either a mango tree, almond tree, plantain, banana. There's always something people grow. Then in my backyard, when I was less than 10, we cultivated. My backyard, we had tomatoes, we had everything. During maize season, we plant maize, and we always harvested joyfully. We planted almost anything that yam. I remember yam. We'll take it, and a huge harvest. So we thought it would be nice to inspire people again that we may grow once again. And we know in our cities, developers are just, what they do is they can pick this building and turn it into a 1,000-story building. So nobody thinks of gardening anymore. So the interesting thing is we just bring out the pieces of the starter kit. I like to start with this grow bag. So I've heard people tell me I don't have a yard, so front yard, back yard, or you're yardless. This is a grow bag. Oh yes, this is a grow bag. I mean, no excuse. So people, there's one of our clients, she's not a friend, our place in Oluyole. When I went to our place in the so this is a grow bag, this is 20 centimeter in diameter, we have it down to that small. So it comes with at least three grow bags. So you can just put it in your balcony, anywhere, your front door, just water it, and you don't need to put too much water, just water it, and you will have this. This is done everywhere around the world. So you have your grow bags, and easy tools. Some people have, like my backyard, I mean, it's a little. So sometimes I use instead of getting my hands dirty. And sometimes gloves can be uncomfortable at some point. So I mean, this is very, very, very handy. So we have 3 packages. Let me just introduce them and we're done. The first one, this is our flagship. It's called Air Radiance. So, I mean, maybe it contains ewedu, political phosphorus. It contains green, amaranthus. Then our popular ugu. I know our women will like that combo. So, I mean, we did some form of design research before we went. So, we spoke to a few women and we saw that, oh, yeah, set this 3 combo. Some interesting, I mean, I love ewedu so much. I'm not the Abdullah fan. I love the way my wife is a fan, but so I've met people who said, they don't really like it. I'm like, how can't you not like it? Why wouldn't you? So then it comes with, importantly, this is a 3 kg compost manure, healthy for your soil, for our environment. So we are deliberate about that. So, and of course, we need bigger, that can be bought separately. Then we have the seeds come in this cute, very little pack. And I mean, basically that's it. So our latest invention. This is an organic pesticide. We are not going to do chemical, not even 0% chemical, sub-zero. So one of our, unfortunately, we've had Dr. Laide, as our shoulder all the while. So I mean, it's been helping so much. The first official launch we did was in Aberdeen Grammar School, and it was basically because he pushed. I want to say we appreciate it. So one of the garden reports stated there at some point we had a pest attack. And I mean, he said you don't want to. In fact, I remember one Baba, so that Baba that was I'm like, no, we cannot. So there's a technical partner in UI. I mean, he just came up with this and we applied it. I mean, she's part of the team. This is Baba. So we applied it and the results came out phenomenal. I mean, I was actually away that period. So I called her, did you see any difference? He said, yes, it looked different. So I came back, I saw it, I saw the harvest as well. Unfortunately, we didn't put the pictures together. So this is organic pesticide. So our vision is to inspire and cultivate 1 billion organic vegetable gardens across Africa by 2050. That's the idea. 1 billion. And we have just started. I mean, we have a few results already. So yeah, I think that would be, so you have your manual limit as well. So there are other innovations. I mean, we won't talk about them now because they are still in prototype stage. Thank you so much. I won't call it the most important part. How much for the price? Okay, so this is Evergreen, sorry. So there's Atateric. She came up with the name Atateric. Atateric is tomato, rodo habanero, and red bell pepper, patache. And there's the last one, veggie spring. Veggie spring is a combination of cabbage, cucumber, and carrots. So I mean, these are things you can grow in your backyard, anywhere, and they grow and just. So for the Evergreen, it's the cheapest, 15,000 naira. And most importantly, I mean, can you go to the bottom of the website? So, I mean, it's not just a physical product. So, we are integrating digital tools. So, soon we are coming up with a mobile app, your vegetable garden, organic vegetable garden app. So that when you plant, you have a companion that reminds you what to do, when to wet it, when to check for weeds. I mean, all sorts. You learn there will be animations on it, how to, process each of the crops. Produce, when to harvest, how to grow, how to till. I mean, on the app, it will engage you like very, very, very engaging. So we are coming with that. We are hoping to scale it across Africa. Something you can download on iOS and Android. So Air Brilliant is 15K. 16,000 naira. So the other two, they are 18,000 naira. So yeah, for now. Thank you. And we will be at the back of all 13.5 and 45. Thank you.
Let me just say one thing. Sorry, very interesting, and I want to say that you have really inspired me. And I think that this is what we preach at Center, that our students should be able to internalize whatever they are taught here and see how they can be innovative and impact themselves differently from what we have been doing before. And I am really very excited to have listened to you. I want to say thank you for that wonderful, brilliant, innovative presentation. And just one more thing. Part of the issue we discussed earlier in the plenary was about our perception of ourselves. This is purely an innovation that is coming from the African soil, from Nigeria. And on the website, we saw myself and Professor here, we saw white hands. It's not a perception issue. We don't need to put white people there. Use your own photograph, routine in the field, and then make it just carry out. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
For the next session, Professor Rashid Olani.
John, can you link me up with that young man who just made a presentation?
So the discussant, go to the Dr. S.
Or give mine to him also, vice versa. Okay. Okay. For that we share. Yeah.
So, the first presenter is Professor Rashid Olani from the Department of History, University of Ibadan. So please display his presentation so that we can start from there. So why the other presenter, Professor Osman Rahim, is from the Department of Geography and Environmental Management, University of Illinois. You're welcome, sir. How are my people over there? They are fine. That's good.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure being here again. And I salute Professor Kuala, wherever he is, joining us online. I look forward as tendency to be my
So it's a pleasure being here at the 13th edition of this summit. And I thank the organizers for inviting me to chair this session. Let me use this opportunity of holding the microphone to respond to a few things that I wanted to respond to before. I think when we look at the problems in Africa, it's about how we define what the problem is. And that is the kind of solution that we look for. The issue of Africa not participating in vaccine development is valid, and perhaps it's not enough. But the question is, was that the real solution to the problem we have then or not? The answer is no, because if you look at the things that were prescribed for people who actually had to, are things that will improve their immunity. So it's actually about boosting their immunity. And we have the likes of Professor in the US telling people about how to use your food, onions, and many of the local that we have to boost our immunity. But many people, again, they don't decide regarded largely because of our perception. That's a problem, really. We have this colonial mentality. People that accept the culture from abroad, they doesn't work. And we have to think outside the box. I actually saluted the governor of your state for the action and took. He did not just follow the example of others. He said he was not going to close off the economy entirely. I don't think your state was forced up. The other states are not taught entirely. So we don't have to follow the examples of others all the time. Let's look at things that work for us. I think that's part of what we need to do. Then, addressing the issue, I don't think I'm not actually about that. Addressing the issue of why perhaps Africa didn't participate in the country in COVID-19 vaccine development. So it's about how we see research in our universities. Someone was talking about research or development. I think it was President that mentioned something. But that's what we reward the university. We don't actually reward research for development, or we just reward research for publications. I'm just interested in how many papers you have, not necessarily what you have contributed to improving the society. So I think we also need to think of our research, our reward system, so that our researchers can focus on things that are needful, not necessarily focused on promotion. And the last response, I think the young man who demonstrated this innovation just proved Dr. Wagner that we are not solving our own problems. First point I'd like to make is not only engineers that innovate. That's the first one. Anybody can innovate. Anybody can invent. The first set of inventors that we know are not engineers. The Wright brothers developed the aeroplane, they were not engineers. Thomas Edison was not a physicist, neither was he an engineer. So really, but number one, anybody can invent and improve. But number two, Nigerians actually responded to COVID-19 in terms of engineering. You have all kinds of washing machines from the mundane to the most sophisticated. All kinds, from the ones that are used with wood. But I was really interested in it. So I was watching, all kinds of designs. But again, what came to play that you saw in front of you is lack of maintenance culture. It's one thing to build a house, another thing to maintain. So you cannot blame the architect if the house is not properly maintained. Just as we tend to be, we put the blame on engineers if something else is not well maintained. That's not blame the architect for lack of maintenance. We should also not blame engineers for lack of maintenance of basic infrastructure. So if the wall of your gate collapsed, that is because it was not well maintained. Unfortunately, they don't have a collapse. So coming back to the essence of what I'm here, we have two presenters, one a geographer, one the other one a historian, and I'm in the list. But I know when I was in secondary school, there used to exist debates between geographers and historians. Geography is the mother of history. History is the mother of geography. Maybe this has to do with finance. Thank you very much. The first presenter, Professor Larry, over to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will try and do that. Well, as announced, the topic that I have here. Okay, my topic is global solidarity and local responses to COVID-19 pandemic in Africa. As you are well aware, I'm not a scientist, and so much has been said about COVID-19. So I will not go into that at all. I will just discuss the politics of it, especially the issue of dependency and the issue of Afro-pessimism. So these are some of the things that I will talk about. And of course, the issue of African solidarity to get out of the pandemic. So in this presentation, I will discuss various measures that Africa at the continental and national levels deployed for global solidarity to deal with the pandemic. I will also discuss African solidarity as well as global partnerships. So it is highly that the magnitude of the pandemic requires collaboration, coordination, and solidarity. And in essence, I use the framework of localization. Localization in the sense that the increasing interconnectedness between global influences and local realities in Africa. So we know our contemporary history very well. Shortly before the outbreak of COVID-19, some African countries, including Nigeria, suffer from Ebola crisis, Lassa fever that killed a lot of people. We are still experiencing malaria, HIV, and so on, which has threatened our population. Following the reports of the outbreak of COVID-19 from China, African countries started to prepare for the introduction of first cases because of our closeness to China. This is a global world. We have so many students in China. We have our merchants, traveling between African countries and China. So there was that possibility of the spread. Yes, it was projected that there will be dead bodies on African streets by high-profile foundations, and research centers because of the peculiarity of the continent, and also because of Afro-pessimism. This Afro-pessimism is what is defined in three Fs. Three Fs. We know that F stands for failure. Now, one of the F is fragile earth infrastructure. Then we have frustrated people and also fractured political decisions or fractured political system. So this is the image of Afro-pessimism that we have. Essentially, that Africans cannot do anything for themselves, they cannot govern themselves. So there was that need for Africans to come together to resolve, to take care of themselves in the context of COVID-19. And many of these issues concerned, including COVID-19 vaccine treatments, testing, that were largely controlled by advanced countries and global pharmaceuticals, such as the German company, and then the US Moderna, and also the Russian one. Of course, the impact of COVID-19 was very devastating in many African countries. It included delayed electoral processes and political reforms. Chairman, how many minutes do I have? 20? Okay, thank you. Weakened service delivery. We have increased poverty, increase in regional insecurity, loss of lives, loss of jobs, economic opportunities, loss of breadwinners, and end of households, immobilities, food insecurity, domestic violence, sexual violence, and increases. Other impacts included the increasing activities of extremist groups, especially criminals and terrorists, and Sabab, Boko Haram, and bandits. Then we have aggravated long-standing inequalities, heightened hunger, malnutrition, vulnerability to disease, and decline in remittances. So these were some of the issues that confronted Africa in the context of COVID-19. And the global solidarity started with the United Nations. Of course, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, was highly concerned about the welfare or the well-being of African countries during this period. And he presented a policy brief titled Global Solidarity with Africa is Imperative. So he outlined some of the support that the UN had for Africa during that time. So the UN called for international action to strengthen Africa's ecosystem, maintain food supplies, avoid the financial crisis, support education, protect jobs, keep households and business afloat, and pushing the continent against loss of income and exports AMs. So these are some of the things that the United Nations did. And there were financial support, especially almost $400 billion to Africa. Then the EU, WHO also came forward to assist Africa with almost 16 million euros through various platforms. There were also humanitarian assistance from the EU. China also assisted Africa, and many people have come to say that Africa is China is our new colonial master because of the new imperialistic posture of China. On the other hand, even though China assisted Africa during the context of COVID-19, many Africans were attacked in China during the pandemic. Yes, a lot of people are against the IMF loan and the draconian conditionalities, but yet almost 24 African countries benefited from IMF assistance, running to $4 billion during this period. Yes, in Africa itself, the African Union that also emerged from solidarity, Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanist solidarity from the 1920s, also rose up to assist the people. This is because historically, Africa has developed deep tradition for hospitality and mutual aid towards kinsmen and peoples from other communities, including refugees. This has been seen as a binding customary norm, as a legacy of this traditional norm, a duty to assist. So the African Union used this to promote solidarity during this period. There were many activities and structures put in place by the African Union. The most prominent one is the African CDC. So this African Center for Disease Control. So this was set up by the African Union before the outbreak of COVID-19. but it became more active as a result of the outbreak of COVID-19. And many countries and also international partners supported the Africa CDC in order to function. But basically, the function of the Africa CDC for me was just bureaucratic, quite administrative, distribution of vaccines and other materials against COVID-19, not necessarily for infection that was actually needed to get Africans out of COVID-19. There was also the African Union Fund to assist members mitigate against the pandemic, social and economic, as well as humanitarian impacts of COVID-19. So the funding came from various sources, including international partners and African countries. Like I said before, the Africa CDC was just bureaucratic in nature, promoting the global pharmaceuticals and their products, not that of African countries. I want to quickly discuss the infection by Madagascar. Yes, the president of Madagascar was highly patriotic in displaying the intention of his country, by presenting what the Madagascar Institute of Applied Research did, to showcase the latest infection of the country, especially during COVID-19. But the infection was not accepted at all. It did not receive global support, most especially from the international community and disappointingly from the African Union. Because if the African Union was serious at all about sustainable development, about decolonization, or about the well-being of Africans, the support supposed to come from them, most especially from the African CDC. But it was rejected, even though many African countries were ready to buy the Madagascar syrup and even donate to their neighbors. But the support did not come from WHO and also the African Union, possibly because of the colonial mentality that many African countries continue to have. So, for example, through the coordination of the African CDC, the DRC provided 37 public health experts to offer support to other African countries, including Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Mali, and Nigeria, as well as buying the Madagascar herbal syrup. But this did not materialize. So what DRC did was only to deploy health experts to countries that were very vulnerable during the period. So as a result of that, African countries had to depend on COFAX. Dr. Lyden spoke about that before, and also other sources of COVID vaccine. Ghana became the first country to receive 600,000 doses of COFAX from the manufacturers. Okay. At the beginning, when Madagascar discovered what's called COVID organics, South Africa was to assist in obtaining that product, but nothing came out of it at the end of the day, possibly because of the involvement of superpowers or the big pharmaceutical corporations. In early July 2020, Nigeria's National Institute of Pharmaceutical Research and Development reported that there was no evidence for the efficacy of Madagascar COVID organic. And, so possibly this was also a conspiracy between the government officials and the big pharmaceuticals. So, in conclusion, the African solidarity mechanism could not redress the dependency on external funding for critical development issues in Africa. So, for me, we have not been able to build forward better. So, we have not been able to do that. So, the vaccine appetite has shown that Africa requires homegrown and local solutions.
Just as by way of introduction, emergency situations are localized events within the community that affects a limited number of individuals or properties, where there is definitely limitation in the resilience of the community. In other words, during emergencies, it is a localized event. It affects few individuals on their property, and particularly overwhelm their residents in that situation. More often, people disaster and emergencies interchangeably. But seriously speaking, emergencies are not disaster on their own, but they also require immediate response. Disaster happen on a much larger scale. Okay, and so a number of features of emergency situations are listed here. There are more. Emergencies mostly immediate risk to health of people, life, or property, or even the environment. They require urgent intervention to prevent escalation. And they, of course, characterized by a clear market reduction in the ability of people to cope with their normal life. And a number of such situations in the area. Whenever it shows the shortage of emergency situation, people will remember the events of this 23-story building that came down in Lagos. There are a number of others. This was in January 2022. The fire disaster is related. This is very common. After explosion. Across the country, within a week, there were 50 occurrences of this type, as reported in the newspapers. And of course, we remember the incident, very fresh in our memories, where worshippers were mourned down that they are praying at all. When all of this happened, we gathered together, we mourn, and even we see the governor weep. And the president also condemned. It has not gone beyond that most of the time, offering condemnation to such issues. And the security forces appear so helpless, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, we keep escorting people to their grave. And if you look at this, this is just to indicate that such situations does not discriminate between religion or tribe. People die, they are told during emergencies, whoever they find themselves. More importantly, we can also recall that some arrests were made just to identify with government for rising up to their location in this respect. But during emergencies, beyond all of these scenarios, our epidemiologic surveillance and disease control system, our water supply situation, food safety, basic sanitation, vector control, and so on and so forth, are easily compromised. And most of the time, they cascade into a number of other occurrences that are unimagined. When all of this also happened, they remind us of the fragility of our emergency management system, from our mitigation to the preparedness of our society, and to the response when they happen, and how we recover from these occurrences. Okay. So, the sustainable development theory, as it were, from the tragedy of the Commons in 1968 through to the end of 2000, when the United Nations had its conference. And to date, humanity has been searching for sustainable community. Sustainable community. And what is a sustainable community? What we are looking for is a community where people want to live and work now and in the future, where they meet their diverse needs and of course are able to leave the same community for the next generation. They want a community that is sensitive to the environment, contribute to high quality of life, and that are safe and inclusive, well planned, built, and run through the high quality standard of life. So, when we have situations of emergency, it calls to question the interaction between the key tenets of our sustainable development, from the social to the environment and to the economic. You will agree with me that each of these segments of sustainable development are affected more simultaneously when emergency situations occur. The environment is disturbed, the economy is disrupted, of course, the social characteristics and features of the people are no longer the same after the emergency. So, the trajectory of sustainable development is towards an outcome, and emergency situations goes to disrupt the outcome of sustainable development. And what are these outcomes? The improvement of the physical and human capital, the improvement of our health or knowledge, improvement in opportunities that are available to people, etc. All of these are disrupted during emergencies. The African situation where we find ourselves, including Nigeria, if you review our SDG and look at what we have been able to achieve over time since we started, you discover that minimal progress has been made in most cases. And it's from time, in some cases, you observe stagnation. We still have more than half of the global poor that are in Africa, and so on and so forth. In situations like this, any emergency or emergency situation can easily draw us back and return us to the status quo or even a worse situation. So, there are far-reaching implications of these developments, and there are also policy options. During emergencies, years or even decades of progress can be reversed. Essential health services can easily be compromised. Emergency situations also expose and intensifies inequality. In other words, it gives us a clearer indication of how poor people struggle to recover from situations that impact on them, and so on and so forth. So, moving forward, the policy options that are just to find here. First, we need to understand the spatial structure of our society in planning for emergencies. Up to now, we still do not have dedicated routes or paths within the city for fire services. And when fire incidents occur, fire service providers struggle with bus drivers, keke drivers, and motorcycle riders to reach the point of incident. This is not good enough, and we should look into it. Secondly, ambulatory services is long overdue on our highways. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, when an accident happens, victims wait for hours to get rescue. Nigeria and indeed Africa requires a transborder and transnational effort to combat insurgency that daily creates emergency situations. And finally, Nigeria requires a return to the pipeline for fuel haulage. The use of tankers on our roads has caused more havoc. More havoc than good to our society. Thank you very much. Before I round up, the wrestling proposed by Chairman on the supremacy of geography and history. I want to tell him that, and tell the audience that there is no wrestling between two decisions. Geography is over space, history is over time, and time and space are two components of human existence. So we both need each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that beautiful response. For that most beautiful response I've had in response to that question. But we have listened to the society of question. We have the next 5-7 minutes to take questions and comments from the audience here, physically, and then the people so questions, comments. This is brief. We are not going to make comments. Let's identify those online in their questions. And then those of us who are here, questions, comments. First paper was global solidarity and local responses in Africa. The second one, emergency situations and SDGs, some policy options. Any questions or comments? Okay, maybe while we are thinking about what to ask, to say that I noted some things here. Professor Rashid's brilliant presentation. I just think that also here we should need to take this time and we should recognize some of the responses that were made locally also to COVID-19, dealing with COVID-19. And I'll just give 3 examples. We noted that the likes of Dangote donated money for facilities and other infrastructure that were provided in Lagos. I think some things should be highlighted as some of the local responses to the 19 challenge, the pandemic that we had. It wasn't the only one, but I think it gave about 1 billion diagnosed. So something from that magnitude should be recognized and given as a local response. There are also individual responses in terms of innovations. We began to sell all kinds of face masks. Some are functional, some are not. For people who are innovative, washing machines, I've mentioned that before, all kinds of washing machines. These were local responses. Sanitizers. I think we should also document those things for posterity. Another point that I had mentioned before, also immunity boosting strategies. People started telling us the things that can use to boost your immunity. Futa came out with his own recipe. So people in UI came out with recipes, Frame and other organizations also came out on the radio and television telling people the basic things that they could use even before the vaccines arrived. So I think those are some of the things that kept us going, that kept us alive, and did not allow the predictions of Africans, dead bodies on the across this, not allow that decision to come to pass. And even the committee that was set up by the president, the presidential, don't document these things, we won't forget. The one that was chaired by the secretary to the government was Mustafa. On a daily basis, there were 3 reports. They gave advice what to do, what not to do. They certified COVID-19 test centers. You knew where to go and where not to go. I think those are local responses that should also be highlighted. Actually, my own suggestion is as we take away from this interaction, especially for COVID-19, I think it's should be a book. Largely on the local responses to COVID-19 Nigeria for posterity. So that in future we know what people do. And all of these things can still work in the future if you have such an emergency. So I think the center should actually think of bringing out the book follows our work around that. And I'll be glad to be a contributor if such a project is decided to go on such a project. Because I actually believe that not just complain about people planning against us, conspiracy theories. Let's also tell our stories. Let's document our own contributions. Let others also read what we have done, so that he has to come. They also know that we also contributed to the success that Nigeria had against COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, now somebody wants to speak. So I think I stimulated. So yes, we can.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I got actually stimulated by especially your short speech on those two presentations. And I want to say that we seem to be limiting responses to COVID-19 pandemic to the area of combating the possibility or the problem of coming down with COVID-19 being infected. Production of face masks and all those sort of washing, facilities for washing hands. But there are also some other challenges that came with COVID-19. Apart from the fact that one is the possibility of contracting the virus. Some other challenges include the fact that people were locked down, and some people were predisposed to problem of getting depressed. Some people who no longer have meetings together, churches, mosques, and many other, challenges like that came into the COVID-19 pandemic. And one of the ways by which we have responded to COVID-19 was the presentation by their brother, one of our students. It was during the COVID-19 that he thought of what to do, and then himself and his wife began to. So it promoted some kinds of innovative thinking. And I want to say also for myself, that was the time I also started backyard farming. And until today, in the last 2 years, I've been consuming eggs produced in my own house. And it got to a point that I had to expand, and I was taken to the office, selling to colleagues. So if you get to my house and you find some poultry, broilers, and I never stopped from there. I started from 4 weeks old, but later I said, okay, I can even try it from there. And I also expanded my farms. I was planting cassava. And today I process the fufu I eat in my house. I put everything in my freezer, I send my wife and plant and go. So around that time, many people developed, innovative ways of, addressing some other challenges. How to overcome boredom. And then that was when we also many people tap into the potentials of ICT. But many people are not really skilled, who are not really interested in the use of Zoom for meetings, all those stuff. And people today now, and that is one of the benefits we are gaining now. We can now organize conferences and make it to be hybrid so that people can listen to it from afar. And so these are some of other ways, some other ways by which the populace of people have actually responded to COVID-19 pandemic. So in discussing it, I want us to broaden it and look beyond the aspect of how we have prevented the possibility of contracting it, but also how we have addressed some other issues, such as overcoming boredom, such as still promoting virtual meeting. And in fact, there was a time that some people are organizing parties, online parties. Somebody was saying, he was saying, join me at 6 p.m. The parties will not go to Saturday because some people like to go to bed and they felt that they were suffering at that time. So there was a need for a stopgap measure to help them to cope. So somebody will be singing music, I don't know whether on the radio or on TV, and they will join the party with friends and they begin to dance for 5 hours, you begin to rise and say, yeah, it was a wonderful party, everybody is connecting on my school and the party so much and good stuff. Yes, I have such intervention around that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the presenters.
You are bringing the discussion. Any other comments? The other thing that people do skills, there are all kinds of social media celebrities, because you are not doing short videos, all kinds of things to keep people lively. So there are all kinds of local responses that maybe should supplement this. Let's forget. Any other response? Yes, my response is just to the paper presented on the issue of emergencies. And because we said we define emergencies and some other issues there, but we also need to capture those people who are living in local areas. When I mean local areas, virtually everybody has some locality. Even here in Bodija, you have people who are living. So in some other areas, in suburban area where I live, sometimes during this rainy season, somebody's house was just thrown away. The roof of the house was thrown away by rain. So, and the guy, the wife was still pregnant and no money. So how do we resolve this issue? So as you know, as a response to these emergencies, we gather together, we were able to contribute money, something above 100,000, and we restore the roof for the man. So, you know, that's the kind of response at the local, and we have a host of them for people, maybe for people's children want to go to school. These are emergencies, and I'm sure the local people or the indigenous people way of helping others is also part of the discourse. So that is just what I want to add to the discourse. Thank you. I'm so sorry I put the chat before because this was supposed to be discussant. And the discussant here physically or online. So sorry. So put this to them. But we are taking questions before discussion.
All right. Do I have the floor, Mr. Chairman? Hello, can everybody hear me? Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, please.
All right. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me. I quite understand how far gone time is, so I'm going to be very brief about my intervention at this point. Beginning with the first paper entitled Global Solidarity and Local Responses to COVID-19 Pandemic in Africa. I must begin by saying that I find the paper particularly fascinating because of the attention the author has paid to capturing virtually everything there is to the outbreak, curtailment, and management of the pandemic in Africa, and of course in relation to the rest of the world. By basing the paper on the tripartite indices of collaboration, coordination, and solidarity, the author takes us through an interesting introductory session, regarding the outbreak, the history, and everything, and the impact on various sectors of the African economy, the African environment, the African society, something that can be broadly addressed as looking at both the public and domestic spheres impact of the pandemic. And at one level, so many indices are identified: the increase in poverty, regional insecurity, loss of lives and all that, loss of breadwinners and households and heads of households. I'll quickly, as I make my interventions, raise my questions. In addressing this section on the impact, I think it would be necessary for the author to also review this in the revision, as COVID-19 was not only about the loss of breadwinners and heads of households. There were some other people, loved ones generally, who died in the process of the outbreak. And this we must also acknowledge. So it's not just about certain fathers and mothers. There are also relations, brothers, sisters, children who lost their lives during this period. Of course, it was also a period that terrorists took advantage of in Africa and in some other parts of the world. And regarding Africa and the rest of the world, the imbalance at that point was also very, very great. Yet, I find interesting and quite revealing the author's attention to the solidarity advocacy by the United Nations and the agency of the Secretary General to mobilize the world to pay attention to how Africa might be rescued. Now, one question that emerges from such acknowledgement is how was such a response to the initial abandonment of the developed economies and the unverifiable and biased prognosis about, the potential vulnerability of Africa, or do we say peculiar vulnerability of Africa, which brings to mind Belinda Gates' prediction about how the whole of the continent will be swimming in dead bodies, but that didn't happen. We'll come back to a question. Again, I find quite striking the author's attention to the contradictory relationship between Africa and China regarding the pandemic. The pandemic broke out in China. China has become one of Africa's closest partners, yet there was a whole lot of crisis around racism against Nigerians and Africans generally in China during the outbreak. Other organizations like IMF, the AU, the EU, and all came to the rescue. It is also interesting that the historian professor is also able to capture the cultural agency of music in mobilizing Africans, in mobilizing funds and all. But as we talk about all this and the funds raised, whether by the AU, the EU, and all, one question that I was expecting that might be necessary to consider is the question of accountability. How did Africa account for the funds? How did the AU account for the funds? How did respective African countries account for the funds? This is extremely important for us. And in talking about African agency, I have discovered in the presentation that the emphasis has tended to be more on institutional agency, whereby we begin to talk about the efforts of the Malagasy government to produce what was initially thought to be a kind of antidote in terms of herbs that circulated around the world. But I think beyond such references, it is absolutely necessary to also consider what I call individual agency. I mean, the efforts of African states were great, but far greater were the efforts of individuals, the recourse to indigenous medicine and all forms of indigenous medical practices that to a very large extent saved Africa. Now, I would like to illustrate this and to also state that it is also necessary in the revision of this paper to look at the African diaspora dimension, because when we talk about Africa, it's not only about the continent now, it is also about those Africans in the other parts of the world. How did they survive it? I know, for instance, of the case of professor of pharmacy in the US, who graduated from a Nigerian university first class. His wife too is a nurse practicing. So they are both practicing in the US. And then at a point, he told me that the entire family contracted COVID-19. I was scared. And he said, oh, not to worry, we have put it behind us now. So I asked, what did you do? What medication did you take? And he said, a professor of pharmacy in the US. The entire family didn't take any so-called orthodox medicine. That the last time they visited home, the wife had taken some herbs and all from Nigeria and had even planted some around their compound. And when they tested positive, what the wife did was to mobilize them, the heat therapy and the application of these herbs in the US. And after a week, they went back and tested and they were all negative. Now, that is extremely important for us to look at, besides the institutional efforts of the African states and other agencies, what is the level of the agency of individuals and the popularity of that agency. And lastly, one question regarding the how we reflect and review the COVID-19 pandemic on the continent has to do with how did the apparently most vulnerable continent emerge as the most resilient and the least ravaged. At the onset of the pandemic, Africa was the one considered to be the most vulnerable. But by the time we're beginning to experience some kind of let up, so to say now, Africa can say it was the least ravaged, the least affected, the most resilient. For me, we need to go beyond the efforts of institutions to look at the popularity of the African indigenous medical practice and the spread of it in such a way that helped the continent to survive. And that will be all I will be saying on the first presentation. Quickly to the second presentation, emergency situations and the SDGs in Nigeria. Looking at some policy options, this is another interesting paper, that begins by defining what an emergency is, and in such a way that distinguished it from, say, a disaster, which I find quite interesting. And the challenges that confront Nigeria in particular, when we begin to look at our responses to emergencies in the past couple of years, there are generally the responses can be said to have been particularly ineffective because, for instance, there is the identification of the lack and inadequacy of equipment, the absence of emergency surcharges, and where these situations call for urgent and immediate responses, what we get is mere condemnation, say from the president of Nigeria, we condemn the act in all its entirety and nothing happens thereafter. These are serious challenges, leaving everybody helpless, including the helplessness of the security forces during those moments of emergencies. The consequences have been enormous, resulting in mass burials and so many other things of people nobody ever thought would die quickly. And now, talking about the compromise that happens during such moments of emergencies, we discover that the compromise manifests in terms of the challenge to surveillance and disease control, water supply, food safety, basic sanitation and personal hygiene, vector control, drug medical supplies, healthcare, and all these things. Yet there is a proposal for how we can take on emergencies through processes of mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. The paper is also able to show us how talking about the idea of sustainable communities will have to do with places where people want to live and work now and in the future. Places where they can meet diverse needs of existing and future residents, and environment, so to say, that is sensitive, as it were, and contributes, to a high quality of life. Now, such environments must also be safe and inclusive, well planned, built, and all. And when we begin to look at these indices and recommendations, one question that comes to mind is that what are the implications of all these for the untrammeled migration of Nigerians and Africans from the continent to other parts of the world? Because these indices do not define our environment. What then can we do? What can the state do? What can individuals do? These are serious challenges that we need to consider, and which is why, not surprisingly, when people we ordinarily think are comfortable in Nigeria make a plan to relocate to the global north, the first thing they talk about is the lack of insecurity. And associated with the question of insecurity are all these indices just mentioned. And so, sustainable development, therefore, must be social, economic, and environmental, according to this presentation. And then there are other issues that we must then address. Now, looking at, lastly, the options before us, according to the paper, that we need to understand the spatial structure of our society and how we may respond to emergencies, the need for ambulatory services on our highways, and that the need for Nigeria and Africa to strengthen border and transnational effort to combat insurgency and all. And all these, and that Nigeria requires a return to the pipeline fuel haulage system. These are great suggestions. But again, I would like to end this discussion with a couple of questions. Now, like I said earlier on, what are the implications of all this if they are not on ground for the nation? And how does this translate into the untrammeled, and continual migration of otherwise productive populations from the continent? And then I also do think that in preferring these options, it is also necessary to transcend the fixation on highway emergency responses, to look at the emergency responses in a broader way, because the highway emergencies are just a fraction of the various instances of emergencies we continue to have in Nigeria and in Africa. This is absolutely necessary, which is also why, on a last note, I also do think that we have come to a situation whereby, in view of the realities, the scary realities of our emergencies, we need to also begin to think about the possibility of community policing, beyond what is ordinarily acknowledged and operated at the moment. Two great presentations. I would like to thank you all.
Discussion. But I think the presenters are now better not to respond, because we have had from those of us who are here comments and questions that they both had to discuss. So in 3 minutes, Professor Lagi, your comments and responses to many, and then Professor Lagi.
Thank you very much. Well, there are several issues raised concerning the local responses, which are going to incorporate into the paper. The most important is the individual agency that has been raised, both by the chairman and also by Dr. Olawa. So these issues will be addressed squarely. So I thank you very much for those comments.
Thank you very much. I take specific note of comments by
social capital in emergency response. It's an important issue. Non-inclusion of it is an oversight, and I will look at it closely. And then Dr. Dogo has made a number of very important points.
Let me just add a few points that I think we should consider, especially when it comes to budgets. I think since geography is also regional plan, urban regional plan, and cities are still not to plan for emergencies. There are places in Ibadan you cannot even drive in front of your house. You up to today. If there are emergencies not to address them. Another example, during COVID-19, they were given the option of home isolation. How do you isolate in the place where you live? Where you share facilities and rooms. So in including construction and urban and regional planning, we are still not taking emergencies into account. And the last one I would like to make is that our attitudes to emergencies, we tend to believe that it will not happen. Any little thing in many of our campuses, there is industrial action, people got to get. We have thousands of people living on campus that can get emergency, that we know we have to block the roads. Our attitude to emergency is something else that also have to communicate. Who knows how many people have lost their lives because they don't have access to urgent medical attention of the needed because roads were not in our gated communities. Where we say by 7 p.m. gate is closed until 5 a.m. What they are doing are emergencies and the security man is asleep. What alternatives are we putting in place in case we have emergencies in such situation? And I'm aware that it's because of security reasons. As we are putting ourselves in these gated places, what emergency plans are we putting in place? I think those are some of the things we also trying to calculate. I think we have already had our own say. So I will not be opening before I make it because I know this will still continue. But I think we can still interact with them on the corridors and wherever we find them in the still issues to this. So that would like to thank the organizers again for inviting me, and the audience, presenters, and the discussants. Good job, everyone. Thank you very much.
We thought to be able to make good adjustment to our time since we started it. Now we're supposed to take our lunch. However, I understood that the special guest that we had yesterday, our royal father, been around for some time and taking our lunch now may not be able to do it and they keep resent. So I pleaded that let us spare a few times for them. I can assure us that we're going to do working lunch. So, Dr. Gipli. So we'll quickly take that session. I want to invite the chairman to the item jam of the session. One of our guys in the university, Professor Tolu Susaya. Welcome. Okay, so our key presenter, Dr. Tunde Amole. Tunji Amole. I'm sorry. Welcome, sir. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Please, Dr. Adero, we are waiting for his highness. So I will hand over to the chairman, but we need to accord the candidacy once our release. Thank you, bro.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am aware that we are stretched, despite the fact that we have not managed our time properly. I assure you, we won't waste your time. We're going to be very snappy about it. I'm going to discuss one vital issue. There is a raw material, agro-industrial byproduct that is common in Nigeria, especially around the southwest. When you process cassava, the peels, the real cassava is either turned into gari, into fufu, or into whatever, depending on the area where the cassava is produced. But there's this peel. When I was a young boy, a young undergraduate in UI, cassava peels, going towards Omosho, you will see a heap of cassava peels. And then we were begging people to come and cut them away. They were paying people to dispose the peels. For over the years, we saw use for these peels. We started drying them, feeding them into our animals, cattle, sheep, and goats. But now, a 25-kilogram bag of dried cassava peels at a job market there is 5,000. A tipper load, no, a capstan load of wet cassava peels at barracks over there, barracks, Mokola Lekno barracks, 6,000 naira. That is wet. And a capstan load of unprocessed cassava, as we speak, is about 20,000 naira. And you discover that this cassava that we're feeding to animals have a lot of impact on them. Because this cassava that we're talking about contained cyanide, hydrogen cyanide. And if it's not properly processed, our animals will start with diarrhea, watery diarrhea, extremely watery diarrhea. And thereafter, it progresses onto a lot of ailments, and the animals will die. But thank God, we have the country director of IT here of International Livestock Research Institute, who they have gone into researches into processing cassava, and they have gone ahead to process cassava, high quality cassava beans. I've used it. I go to IT to buy. The last study I did, I bought over about 2 tons from IT, and I will tell you, the animals did well. And this same processed cassava beans can be used into poultry to feed poultry. So that's why we're here today. Dr. Amole will tell us how the cassava beans is being processed, the benefits of high quality cassava beans. Thank you very much. Glad to be here. I'm also here with Technology Transfer Officer, some people like thank you. All right, so can you teach me how to use this? Last one. Yes, I mean, since we have promised that this will not be a presentation, it's going to be a discussion. Because the matter we have been discussing is very critical. And one mistake we are making is that as long as we continue to point the accusing fingers at the colonial masters, we continue to be their slaves forever. Dealing with a thief, they also ask you, what's your problem? In those days, we used to think it's wrong, but now it's right. How did we position ourselves after years of slavery? How many people say, is this white? Is this white? Actually, we are the one. Until we start doing things on our own by ourselves. Let us forget about exporting our problems. That's not the next thing. All the things they imported to us, they didn't start by exporting them. They started by using them. When they finish, they push it on. You see, they have enough milk. They have enough milk to go around everybody. This thing can go around everybody in their country one by. And they have too much, so they powder it and send it to people who want to buy it. And get at home. Now, your children, my children, will never know that I'm being called to. But don't know they have ever seen this power. So I've said, if you want to see that it's harder to form a one. Even if the formula is you should give them when the rest is not just enough, it's still power. When it is going to school, it's power. When it is also back to the children, it's still power. And local tell everybody gets one. What have we? What have we? What have we? What have we used? That's why we need to bring all of these things down gradually to the smallest level of what is available for us, so that we can get out of this thing and become actually developed. No one becomes developed by importing technology from other places. Nobody. We agreed generally that COVID came from China. Ask if one vaccine from Moderna or from AstraZeneca, one thing of vaccine from other places did it ever enter China. Travel to China today now. When you get there, you have two options. So now you take a China vaccine, or you are quarantined for 21 days on your own deal. So you go for a 2 days meeting. You are there for 21 days in the hotel paying for your own bill. Otherwise, you take the China vaccine. Anyway, let's deal with the matter is, what do we have? Kill our own. How many of us have COVID-19? Me, I had. Before I took injection, I had COVID. I remember I can touch it. I was inhaling in my house. That was January last year. I was inhaling. Ìgbà tí wàá lọ tó ń jẹjẹ lọ abẹ́rẹ́. Ẹ̀sà tábà lockdown Nàìjíríà. Tábà lockdown Nàìjíríà. No going in, no going out. No vaccine in, no vaccine out. Let's deal with our problem first. Nobody will come and say, "I want to have a vaccine in Nigeria." And because the vaccine does not prevent you, it only reduces the possibility of death. And it didn't say it will prevent you. It will only prevent the possibility of you dying in that vaccine. Nobody is colonizing us. Honestly, colonizing us. Let's look at this issue. This has been our journey so far. Journey so far. In our office, early this year, we have to go and train. We want the passport. When they come, they will query me, but I will tell them this because nobody has been using it in the last 4 years. This was student project from Monday. Okay, go down and go down. Ọlọ́run ló yí owó tẹ̀ sùn. Ló wo project. Ibi tó ń rìn sí. Because there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect. Is here of problem. Connect the people practice. That's why when you train in child animal science, training that to call utility. And we must fix this disconnect. Everything we have tested or tried in terms of research, we must step into the development of it and making it sustainable. That's when we can use it. I have a very ironical statement that bothers my heart. And I was still telling the friends some weeks back that our children will soon go back to school. Even the pencil they will use in school was made by children in China. How will you now learn book and learn more than the people that did the pencils that are using them? Do you understand it? And to Charlie, the pencil. The person will learn a pencil. I am not possible. Good, no matter for many. Want to be black, they call gold. Even if the pencil is yellow, the imprint is gold. Maybe, and my child is going to use that to learn ABC. So let's get back to the basics. What are the things we are in our home? And let's secure it. We will not waste time. We can talk about the livestock industry because maybe some of us are enough. But that's the problem. That's one of the problems that has brought Nigeria to where we are, isn't it? Yes, the beginning of banditry and everything came from. So people want to just eat everything in the land. We are blessed with a lot of livestock. But we have a challenge of feeding them. One of our challenges we have, let me go into both, is space. Until the COVID time and immediately after COVID time, Nigeria has been importing maize, isn't it? I don't know if you know that Nigeria is importing maize. Yes. We have been importing maize because it's not, what we produce is not enough. Unfortunately, our population has increased by 3% close to it. I can drop a link to that for some of us to see. So we have a problem. Maize is the only thing we have. 28% of what we produce, or what comes to the country is what we eat as human beings. 12% and another 60% goes into livestock industry. And because of that, if you listen to farmers and they tell you closing down, sometimes yes, it's disease. But we have spoken about vaccine. More importantly, what makes an egg to cost how much is that? The cost of that 100 naira is not the cost of vaccine. It's the cost of feed. Because the feed is about 60%. So the issue is if we reduce the cost of feed, then we can bring egg back to them. And it's possible. Yeah. This is already in the news, soya beans, government threatening, problems everywhere. But we have no researches now. Can we not solve the problem of maize? Can maize be a problem in this country? Should we? And we are buying maize from Brazil. Not grown by the end, it's grown by farmers. So a farmer in Brazil is richer than a professor in India. Oh yes, because maybe I'm pushing maize to you. Grown by farmers. Do they have better conditions? In China, they have very big poultry industry, and they depend on maize because of their population. They grow maize, but they depend on maize from the US. But since trailer has passed through between US and China, I hope you know, and in the last 2-3 years, they have been. China has cut away from the US from buying maize from them. And they develop something. They ask each region to go and see what can you produce to replace the US maize, the American maize they call it. So each provinces in China now develop their food regulated by the government. And in some places they reduce the quantity of maize, in some places they don't even use maize, use what is in the country. And they are surviving. There is something that God has blessed Nigeria with, and that is cassava. In all of the whole world, not only Africa, we are the largest producer of cassava. 1/3 of the cassava grown in Africa comes to Nigeria. Over 55 million metric tons of cassava. And when you hear that volume of cassava is coming from Nigeria, you will think it's from all the states. No. It's from your state, Osun, Ogun, very, very small. Or you have to produce cassava that no nation in the world can produce. The oil we are settling down with, we are not even the number 10 now, all over the world. But we have our cassava. And as much as we get a lot of things from oil palm, if we list all the products from oil palm and we list all the products from cassava, recently we discovered that there are a lot of products from cassava now. Nobody is competing with our cassava all over the world. Except recently that we had a Thailand is working. since you have banned importation of maize from Thailand. Their external or foreign income reduced from 133 billion to 90-something million. Reduction because Nigerians are not eating their rice again. So they were wondering what is the current topmost products crop in Nigeria. And they discovered it's cassava. So they are moving on to start producing cassava and bringing it to this country. Don't leave that thing come. He was just passing by, isn't it? The thing was passing by. And he saw something else. Maybe I'll close your door, maybe you will not see it. We must close our doors. Anyway, let him know about us. But you see, there is nothing you will use cassava to do that you will not do it. Nothing. So you must feel cassava. And it will interest us to know that 1/4 of the weight of a cassava, or the volume of a cassava, is its peel. In other words, if you stand to Yoruba, that they should bring you three loaves or 3 pickups of cassava, and they bring it to Ibadan, and you peel it and you want to make garri. When you finish, carry all the peel and load it into a pickup. It will full 1 pickup. So you have just bought 2 pickups, but you have paid for 3. And because we do those things every day, the heap of cassava can be as terrible as this. Cassava peel is everywhere. In fact, as the largest producer of cassava, we are the largest producer of the waste. All over the world, there is no where you will go to see the volume of waste that you will see from cassava. And of course, if there is a place they process cassava, you will always see something. I know that people are already doing this kind of thing. They will spread it and dry it. But let me tell you, they have not been able to do 1/10 of the waste that is being produced every day. You know why? If you go to Oyo, where they peel cassava every day, and you are gathering it to go and spread it and dry it like this. In a period like this, it takes you more than 7 days to get it dry. So the one you packed last week is still there, you are drying it, and they are peeling every day. And there is no space. So before you go back, this thing begin to multiply. Let me also show you. This photograph, we took it ourselves. We found the photographs. We took that photograph ourselves, particularly this one. At Oyo. This guy comes every other day to load 2-3 lorries. Take to Lagos, it somewhere, and it's going to Benin Republic. This one, because we interacted with them. So if someone in Benin is mining our resources, and we are here, and you say they colonize us, bringing research to development, we have been able to see that if you treat the cassava peel the way you will treat the cassava, you will get it from that. The way we will grate our cassava, the way we will put it in the bag and press, the way we will sieve it, remove the shards, and carry the other one to go and toast or to go and dry. If you treat the peels in the same way, we will get a result that can fly anywhere. Would you believe with me that this is cassava peel? It's like golden rule. So, if I can get that noise to be moving every day to the Republic for me, you know it. That place where Nigerian men used to meet at Lagos. You know, it's just that you can buy pure water here in Nigeria and throw to 5 minutes. How many of us have been there before? I used to think there is a gate, but I'm not the gate in that normal one. That's about it. In fact, I give them welcome to the house. In Nigeria, so mole there are these are areas of mole in Nigeria. Share one of the things that cross the basic divide. A poor unity never out in the moon of the Yosef. So, what I need to do is to get some machines and push them across. In fact, I was even told that some of our customs that are working there, they are living here. So, if a video philosophy, philosophy, if I push it across and they are bringing it and I'm producing it, and I bag it, and I push it across like this, and I say, made in France, Etira. Ní ìyẹn tó jẹ́ pé times 10 èyí tí mo kó kún mẹ́rin. The secret is simple. Gbogbo nǹkan tá a fi ń ṣe ìdàrí yẹn bàbá. Gbogbo máa ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀rọ tá a fi ń ṣe ìdàrí. Ẹ̀já ilé gbogbo ẹ̀já dẹ̀bẹ̀ nínú ẹ̀. We get this result. This result has been tested in so many places, including the University of Ibadan, including Amo Bay. At Harvard, I hope I'm not from here. I don't want to be. I'm not here. Including many. In fact, it's possible that the egg you ate yesterday, the chicken that ate it, has taken part of it. Result, you are a full and pay. Lẹ́sẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nínú ẹyin adìyẹ tó jẹ cassava ó tún lò sí tó jẹ dàgbà. Mo wá ń kó mò ń làgbàdo láti Brazil adìyẹ yé oyè tó mo ní kò lẹ́sẹ̀ rọ wọ́n tún ní ìròkù kò lẹ́sẹ̀ rọ Amẹ́ríkà tó lóòkù kò lẹ́sẹ̀ rọ rè. You see, ẹ̀rọ náà colonize me. Ìgbà náà ti colonize me. Mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé tí bá sọ pé ẹni yìí lé o èpo ẹ̀gẹ́ ló jẹ èpo ẹ̀gẹ́ ló ọmọ jẹ and that's no go lẹ́sẹ̀ rọ. Amóbe ló gbà ló ṣe 900 crates of egg ló kó wá yóò àjáde parọ́ ẹjẹ fún abẹ́lé. Wọ́n ti ṣe result ẹ̀tọ́ ní pé kò lẹ́sẹ̀ rọ ọdún ẹni ìbò tó lò. And they say what is African economy? Wọ́n ní iye tá a fẹ́ ra vaccine ó pọ̀ ó máa pọ̀ dúdú adìyẹ káàmì gbé wá láti ìlú èyí ó ń kó disease wá ní òye nígbà mo ta adìyẹ fún rẹ̀ nígbà tó bá ní disease mo dúró ní vaccine náà wà lápò ẹ padà wá rà kí ló dé ní àmì padà wá rà adìyẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ sí kí ló sí kò lè yé dáadáa ẹ máa wá ra vaccine. Development of what we have is the solution. The only thing that development is politics. It's okay. Do you know some countries are warming up to start selling to us food that we eat? And the population one. This thing, okay, this was the result of 22,000 votes, yes. We use it for broiler, And when we check we can reduce maize very, very well. And you see what we are considering is. See, Bobo Farmer come along your street. Find your 10% of their maize grow. Someone go in everything. The accumulation of that will reduce the import duty, the import pressure of maize. It's just like that. Bobo Farmer come about your street. I don't know. We don't need one person. Let everybody be reducing 10%. Let the people who want to grow maize grow it and eat it themselves. Where they can grow it, we can grow it. We have been training many people have started. I'm also happy that the state government, they are also seeing reasons in this through the cycle to see can we thank God we are here. As a politician, I want to do an empowerment for my people. And I bought Okada for them. I also have imported wheelchair at the same time. You have not seen it before. We have watched one man, I don't want to mention this, he was giving, well, they said it's for the disabled. But I saw Okada and I saw wheelchair. And I said, you don't know that you are coming back to take the one. You are coming back. And your son, can we get the list of where they are processing and get youth? Let's divide them in youth. Let some people get Maruba to go around or Maruba to manage Java to more bills every day for people. 10 of them. Drive this place, carry it back, I can buy it from you, put it and deposit it somewhere. And I get my money as a lead for the day. And that person is processing it. And someone is coming to pick it and it's going around. That's the way development works. Also, Microsoft, Bill Gates, one of those is for that. Irọ́ ọkọ̀. So ló ṣe tíì sínú ẹ̀, olóṣè wáyẹ̀, olóṣè wá àwọn bọ́ọ̀dù, tó ń kọ́ ohun tó ń ṣe bọ́ọ̀dù, tó ń ṣe panel individual. In fact, flash drive yìí sá, àwọn tó ṣe panel ìgbẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ló ṣe kí ẹ̀yìn. Everybody is doing the next thing and you complete it and you push further and you complete and you push further. That's the development. And it will be sustainable because what you need and the one provide you know. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Amaro, ìjọba gbówó fún wa pé ká lọ ṣe poultry. Ìbá ìka Amaro ṣe poultry, èyí máa ṣe poultry. Gbogbo oúnjẹ ẹjẹ ní ìlú àwọn àṣọ. Inú owó yẹn láti máa fún gbogbo vaccine ọ̀gá tó máa ṣe. Wọ́n ṣe máa kà sí Shoprite ẹni tó ń ṣe. Tell me how this cooperative will fail. As long as the people are eating this your chicken, and this person is producing, and she is supplying and providing the feed, that business continue and that's development and it's sustainable. And until we move from there, we push forward. I will stop. But let me just shock us. I won't talk about this now. Just show you. Do you see this video? You see this video? That man is carrying it, he's taking it somewhere. When they get there, they are selling it. As at the current moment, that is 500 naira per bundle. We have the data of over 2 years. How many bundles gets to that market each day? Rainy season, dry season. It's not less than 400 to 500 bundles. That is so. So within that artist, if we have 1,005 bundles every day, and it's being sold, I mean 377 bundles, that's for 400. Worth of markets every day. Someone has been doing that for the last 15 years. One of them here in Ogun. In fact, you get 150,000. So someone has money. Someone is giving out money. It's okay. Well, we are not here to tell you stories. You say that I have not put it according to something 1985. There's a professor in my department, animal science. I will mention his name. When he finished his master's and he did not have a job, there's a plot of land opposite his house. He just said, I can go. He just said, Daddy, can you please talk to the man that owns that plot of land? I want to plant. His father was excited. My son is going to plant. And they secured the plot of land. And he went around, he began to plant honeycomb maximum. All those grasses that will still grow by the middle of the road. And as he was planting honeycomb maximum, the daddy looked at him. Show you grass. You sent me to school. I just finished my master's. As the grass was growing up, I was part of the people that helped him to go to Bodija. Then Kara was still at Bodija, where they sell cattle. He bought 2 cattle. Dr. Lasisi was the very doctor, now Jeremiah and UI, that was helping us to make sure that the death status of the animals are. And he would just go out, cut the grass, and bring it to his backyard. The animal was not roaming about. And within 3 months, that animal grew from 45 kilograms to 120. By the time the animal became 6 months, armed robbers came to his house and they shot his father. It was the cattle. As at that time, the animal was already, one of them was already 275 that they used for the burial of his father. The man is in UI, is my colleague. That is that. I go around presently where they cut grass with machine in UI. I grab my truck. That my truck is still there. If you open the back, the trunk is still there with bags of empty bags and with a rake. I don't go about cutting grass. I allow them to pause. And once they cut, I just bring my rake. I have about 4 or 5. Oh Lord, I told you this song. I have a boy that works for me. He was the one that called me a while ago. Okay, I shall see your cool. I'm a rake. Some will sun-dry, some will make it to silage. Now that we have maize all over, I go around UI to collect maize first. I only have 8 cattle. I sold one a few days ago. But tomorrow, in February, I bought it 140. But motor, everyone's motor, 340 motor. Why do you have to strike? I'm a strike law. I think I'm a produce my power. And I discovered that from that sale of one cattle, what you salary as a professor, why you cannot see money? I shall drop the spare, I'm not money for you. I'm telling for you. I'm telling for you. So please, these are the times that we have to look at sustainable projects that will. I can't remember the last time I took one to sleep. Maybe it was in a long, to use failure. I don't have to use whatever, all those drugs that we use. So we are sitting on a gold mine. We got to use our brain. Okay. I don't know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You give me 2 minutes. I think everything is done. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we are not wasting any time. It's the usual thing with us in this session on sustainable solution options. All I need to do is not to pause with another capital representation today. But we will keep appreciating the management of SESDEP for allowing us partner in order to keep bringing realities, contextual development practices to the table here. I had the privilege of being a pioneer cohort of this center. And by the time I was leaving, I got provoked. I got provoked by the Babiala approach of our researchers, knowing fully well that he that pays the piper. Unfortunately, we have admitted that we are poor. We will give them the data needed. Others that are useful for us are not important for us to move forward. And that's what has provoked us in our organization to begin to think about the nexus between policy, practice, and research. And sincerely speaking, we are proud. We are very, very, very proud. Because by the time we started, thank God we have witnesses. We provoked the dairy industry. And in the first year, we discovered that Nigeria never had dairy policy. We never had breeding policy. And a lot of researches have been conducted. But we were able to bring policy makers to come and meet the researchers and the practitioners that work within that sector, including the processors and the farmers together. As I speak to you today, in between 2019 and now, Nigeria now has dairy policy and breeding policy. Federal government told us then that we never had any policy. Thank God for this idea. It looks sustainable. And today, that is there. Not only that, as I speak, Oyo State is the only state, or let me say the first state and the leading one, producing dairy, non-Fulani dairy volume in the whole of Nigeria. Unfortunately, most of us will say Kano. It's Oyo State. Some people are doing it. And that made us to discover that Erie came up with this innovation that can engage people. And that's what led to the collaboration we are working on with Erie. That as a young graduate or as a young Nigerian, the only thing I inherited from my father is 5 acres of land, no contention. That is only 5 acres of land. I can go indigenous, that is, on how to secure that land. I may not use fence. I hope you understand going indigenous. Because that's the only heritage I have now. I carried my certificate to go and look for a job. They say I'm not employable. And I want to survive. Excuse me. If I go green to plant pasture, am I not going to be in business? I will be in business. Mind you, I'm not going to be sleeping with the grasses there. I can still do some other post-COVID, remote. So we need a shift. If our development is going to be sustainable, we need to be on another trajectory. We wait for our readies. Some of us will get sick of, according to in India, in 2002, Shakara discovered that what does it translate to? So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a takeover from this summit this year. When somebody sitting down and begin to reconstruct the way you engage. How money you are putting in the bank will continue to be devalued by the day. You can engage, start doing something, turning waste, so to say, to wealth without stress. You can start with, like Dr. told us, as little as whatever. We continue to wait until economy will go down or will be favorable. Mind you, those that will self colonize us are beating economy. After all, economy is their language. See you now, that we call economy. So much as we have left everything to them, they keep it. For us, the best that we can go for is the endogenous approach of retaining benefits. So once again, thank you all for patience, and I really appreciate the country director Yuri for at least doing all best possible to be here. It's not a man that we can easily track like that. But that which we have granted unto us, it looks like just that individual. But I know that heads of states in Africa have sent delegates to come and meet them for this same presentation. They've sent in ministers for them to begin to think about what they do with cassava in their country. So once again, on behalf of our team, we appreciate you, and we believe that by next year we're having another summit. We will bring you another sustainable solution option. Thank you very much. In conclusion, before I give it to I want to around the time that ASU was going on strike, I normally visit a place who teach and market. What do I go there for? I go there to buy my books in bulk. But this man can say, professor. A ice block machine. I don't met a friend who is a feed miller. He's into poultry breeding. He said, "Oh, do you know that during dry season, I buy ice blocks to cool down the temperature of my hatchable eggs? I don't know ice blocks to cool down hatchable eggs.
And he said, okay, how much is this ice block machine going that you're talking about? He gave me a number, and I went to see the dollar collection. And I put the money from the cooperative. I didn't know how to control the cost. The man said 1.2. I didn't decide you one. 12 hours night. So I gave him the deposit. I forgot. So then we went on strike in second month. I told you, we have 800,000 somewhere. I'm sure you. And I called the man. The man said, I've been calling you. Of course, it was strict. They calling you. I wasn't picking. I was after minding my cat. So, okay. We came and brought the machine to my house. I kept it in my garage. Do you know that every morning, don't let me say every morning, on the day of the layer, I supplied 65,000 naira ice blocks in this department. This morning before I came here, I sold the ice blocks too. Yes, so my money is in my pocket. This morning before I came, and I'm still going to sell ice blocks. That's what I was telling the director. I think you want to go to the taxi. I want to that still I will make it. Who are you to my wallet now? Who are you to my wallet? So that was I have to tell you. So please, all you have to do, what should I say? We don't have a problem about making money. But we have problems with God-given ideas that will create wealth. And I belong to that faith that said God has given us the power to create wealth. That power is the ingenuity inside of you, which you have to keep it start and let it work. To the glory of God, I'm one of those ASU members that is not complaining about money. If I left to me, I should consider that myself. That is the truth. And I'll tell you, by the time they call up this strike, the commitment of ASU lecturers to lecturing will not be like it used to be. Because one way or the other, all of us are creating wealth. So education in this part of the world will dwindle. I'm sorry.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As we will just take the I have the privilege of introducing him. He is somebody who did not just bring him here because he always struggled us to the level out. He is so passionate. I'm not surprised that he has been that consistent. His royal father happens to be somebody whose image lost the grip of the truth for 200 years before he could accept the truth again because of consistency. And his community stayed while we were all alive, not having a royal father, royal apparently, is one of the royal fathers in history who must not pay the prostration homage to their life. That is to tell you ranking is 2. God has blessed his community to have the only natural hanging lake. His Royal Majesty, Reverend
Thank you, good afternoon again. Sincerely, it is a time out of many times that one has witnessed since life began. I want to appreciate the organizer of this program again for giving me the privilege to be invited as the royal father for this wonderful program. Also, I want to appreciate our speakers for having opened our eyes suspended lake in Africa or Nigeria in the world. My town also have the privilege of having a first cassava-based tomato factory in Africa. And so you can imagine how many people we are wasting. I'll get back to you, sir. Well, I have three things to say. One, I read a story about an interpretation of the Bible word written by the Yoruba witness people, where they were to anoint one of the sons of Jesse as king instead of Saul. They said, someone opened the bottle of the oil, refused to pour. And as my brother was talking, I see us at the oil. I see this program as the bottle, the organizer and the servant. We have been listening to a lot of challenging seminars like this in the past, but we live in ourselves. It is my belief that this time we will change. For me, I have started pouring, right? The other one is about my primary school teacher. I started primary school in 1967. 35 years thereafter, my teacher retired, and you know, I think it's already over. One was to travel one day, about one one too much. This boy is going to get kilos of money born. Kilos of money. One amount of kilos, who go on the lower and the shadow. Atari, Kuna, Nikoni. That was Johnny. After 35 years, it was so legit. Oh, I was to time to practice all through his service year. So, but the best in law, law, but not in the Lunia, Atari, Kona, I pray that with the other thoughts. Well, more kind come. The story tells us that development started in the UK. And there was a man in China who started learning how to ride bicycle. He got through after 52 years just to ride a bicycle. I mean, it didn't anyway. Then he got inside to make the first China plane. And he did that in 2 years. And he flew the plane within 2 years. You need to look at him flying up. That man. When he came back, he told them he has a story to tell. That when he got to the sky, there was a write-up. He said, what was the write-up? He said he found it written for China. It's not too late. And that was the beginning of China in technology. That language triggered China into technology. And I think today, China is the leading technological country the world over. Can I have somebody to say along with me for Nigeria? It's not too late. Our government think of next election. Little thinking about next generation. Less little thinking about next generation. As we turn our ways to our ways. Once again, we love to.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your listening ears, the time you've taken to listen to us. believe you do something immediately after. I'm going to do something. I'm going to go into cassava fields. Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
We can hear you, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Are we there?
We are here.
Oh, great. Yeah. Can the chairman allow me to make a contribution?
We are online participants, Prof.
Okay. Okay. Mina, how are you?
I'm fine, Prof.
Good, good.
I've been sending you sweet, nice messages today.
Oh, great. Thank you. Right. So I hope the chairman allows me to make a comment.
Yes, sir, you can.
Well, thank you very much. I want to appreciate all the presenters for the beautiful work they have done so far. At least I can see that we are moving away from theory to reality to practicals. This is what we have been preaching all these years. We live in a country now where professors, academics spend all their time criticizing and offering little or no solution. These are practical examples of what we can do to help our economy, to help ourselves. And I want to sincerely appreciate the presenters and also the management of CESDEF for keeping the dream alive. Let me also appreciate Kabiyesi. I knew he was there yesterday and he's here again today. So once again, thank you very much and good evening.
Sì, Mina.
Hello?
Yeah, you can speak, but you can speak.
Okay, can I go ahead, please? Good evening, everybody. Looked forward to an opportunity to be able to present and share the thoughts of the recent researches and outcomes on the environmental situation in line with the, initially I was opportune to listen, and I think I have learned a lot. You know, I am looking forward to how we action a lot of these things, because how do we, my question has been, how do we cascade the outcomes to ensuring that many people who are not opportune to be here can take action as well, and we can move from this discourse, from policy or from debate to action or from policy to action, to be able to have a stronger impact, especially now. So that was one of the observations I said I would share. I'm still hoping I'll be able to talk about my paper. If I cannot, I want everybody to know that your input has been very useful to me so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback. I really appreciate it. And you all celebrated. Please, you can move our notes and come back for the final sessions. Thank you very much.
Please, what did you say? Hello, we're not hearing anymore. Hello? How do I see it? Hello?
The class has started.
Hello?
You will call you. You will call.
All right.
You just ask for the board.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your presentation will start in a minute. Just in a minute.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay, I'm waiting.
Are you seeing the screen?
Not yet.
Oh, replay.
It's taking you to many places. So. See the screen. I'm just seeing the SDSN Nigeria screen for now. I'm just seeing the SDSN Nigeria screen. Good evening, everybody. I'm in a moment. I'm sure I'll start. I'm still seeing the SDSN screen. Hello.
I hear you, please.
Sharing, right? Okay, I'm still seeing the SDSN screen. Not yet seeing the screen proper showing the presentation. I'm hoping I will see that.
You should be seeing it now.
Okay. Oh yes. I'm seeing it. Good evening, everybody. And
you have 5 minutes.
My topic is strictly on air pollution and environmental sustainability. It was a very large-scale research carried out in Rivers State to addressing the soot crisis. Unfortunately, there were immediate outcomes, one of which is the fact that Rivers State now has set several policies and bills which we advocated for to addressing the soot. So this research has already had immediate outcomes that is helping the Rivers State citizens. Next slide, please. So air pollution and environmental sustainability, basically we're going to look at the whole process and the soot formation, pollution, the green carbon issue, the aim of the study, insights. We're going to quickly look also at the results, the climate action recommendations, and then of course the conclusion. That is exactly what we'll be doing today quickly within the timeline that we have. It is no more news that the soot formation is an important and understudied aspect of combustion, having practical significance in the production of technical carbon and its active filler in rubber products. And is also a key component of ink as well as energy problems and environmental issues, which is causes in hydrocarbon power plants. So this is basically the overview of soot, which has become the mainstay for river citizens. Next slide, please. And one of the key things we need to note is that it is due to the incomplete combustion of carbon, and it's a pollutant that has serious environmental and health consequences, which include discomfort, smoky flames, and even fire to people living in the environment. But despite these numerous health challenges and high death rate caused by the soot, many citizens remain victims to it. Hence, this research was done.
And the specific compounds that make up this soot vary depending on what is burning, So if you understand the background from which this soot is, you will understand how dangerous this is to lives. And I'm in the midst of people who understand the danger very critically. But the common man in Rivers State had challenges knowing what to do, how to go about it, and what exactly the causes could be. Now, soot buildup can actually be problematic. Burning this biomass, industrial pollutants, and automobile emissions are examples of combustion sources that release soot into the atmosphere. So the ecosystem on land or terrestrial ecosystems are all involved. They absorb this carbon, and then when fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas, as it is in River State, are burned, black carbon is the carbon that is discharged into the atmosphere. For years, 6 years, River State suffered this terrible menace in spite of all that was going on. Next slide, please. So after we succeeded in getting advocacy to reach the highest level and turn things around, we had already done this study. The aim of the study was therefore to better understand how soot in River State contributes to increased diseases and negative health effects, especially in vulnerable groups. People who live in places with high level of air pollution, children and the elderly are most vulnerable. And so we're particularly concerned with figuring out the issues on the environment and public health, given the degree and reach of the contamination in the air, water, and soil. That's exactly what we sought out to find out. Now, the next slide is, so this work, therefore, it employed a descriptive research approach to acquire insight into soot pollution by employing online and offline questionnaires to collect data on people's knowledge, perception, coping mechanisms, and engagement in soot risk reduction. So, as you can see, this is a typical scene in that photo of how things work, and yet people got involved so seriously. The results shows that soot affects people's schooling, farming, economics, health, feeding, and overall way of life in impacted places. This was one of the key results in summary. Next slide. And so if you look at the wider results, you will be able to see that it affected, a lot of things beyond just, those listed. Look at the percentages of its impact, the breeding issues, looked at the way it affected clothing. It redefined social activities. It actually redefined social activities. It affected health in terms of a lot of increased percentages of catarrh and cough. Skin infections was on the increase. Respiratory issues were intense. Infected water was number one. 48% drank from rainwater, but for the past 6 years, this was seen as core poison, and they had to look for options to addressing their water needs. Because the seas were all affected, since this the black soot affected both the waterways and also their drinking sources, which was also rain. And then you talk about issues around kidney issues, talk about lots of sickness. We looked at a lot. This result gave us the direct impact in terms of the health issues, because we found out a lot of things. This is one of the slides showing the results. Then even deaths, cancer, asthma, and air pollution. All these were outcomes of the soot menace. It affected river citizens. So, different initiatives, programs, and policies that lowers greenhouse gases and increases climate change resilience, or promoting and funding those kind of activities were what we needed to now pursue. That was how we wanted to take climate action. This photo was taken by in a community where the woman says this is what she sees with her husband every day. Human activity is to blame for the pollution, and that was one of the outcomes of the research. We observed that human activities was to blame critically for this pollution because youths and adults alike were involved in this act, and little did they know that it was endangering both their lives and their planets for the future. Next slide. So, climate action. So what were the key recommendations from it? The key recommendations was for the government to employ techniques of alleviating the suspected origins of the soot problem by strengthening appropriate policies. It is good to quickly add that the government heeded, they heard our cry and they listened to us. And today I'm a proud partner with all our members who worked on this to see that we have several policies in Rivers State and bills that are different stages in the House of Assembly, which was one of the outcomes of this research, because we wanted to strengthen appropriate policies. As a matter of fact, we have a suit bill, which is the amendment of one of the environmental protection bill. So this was a big landmark outcome for us. And then also adequate communication on the exposure. We have done massive awareness, to the extent that we got result support to do that. Then a grant-free access to health treatment and public health campaigns. It's just the same way we are telling these companies, oil companies, that you're about to leave the Niger Delta. You cannot run away and leave, or you must do remediation before you leave. The same way we are saying that we need to have access to, health facilities free of charge, to be able to check all those who may have been affected, to know what to do going forward, as part of the universal basic health coverage. So all relevant authorities are advised to deploy innovative strategies to ending the menace, and epidemiological investigation into suits is needed to highlight the relevant health implication and or people hazards to residents and steps to addressing them. These are some of the recommendations. We had quite a lot of recommendations. I feel excited to see that most of the recommendations are have what we call the Suit app. If you want the Suit app, just Google Suit app. You just see the Zero Suit app. You use it to know the state of air quality in Rivers State, and it has been an evidence-based outcome that has been able to tell us which local government has improved in air. One of the recommendations. Those are some of the recommendations that we have. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we must be accountable to ensuring that the government, professionals, and citizens take steps to improve this situation in order to preserve. No, I'm not done. In order to preserve, thank you, natural resources and maintain global ecosystem for health and well-being, both now and in the future. And to combat this, organizations, governments, individuals must take action. These steps should be viable, should be smart and sustainable, since we should be thinking about the future generation when we what we have been doing. Most of the outcomes and recommendations from this research has received positive feedback, and most of them have been funded to implementation levels. Tell stories about the research and the successes, the challenges, to inspire others to be able to take action. Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you so much, all those that allowed me to present today. I will not forget it in a hurry, and I feel grateful to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mina, for that presentation. Dr. Joshua, if you are online, we require you to please share your slide and make your presentation in 5 minutes. You are now
Hello, Tope. Hello.
Hello? Hello?
You can continue, please.
Okay. Good evening, sir. All protocol duly observed. My name is Ojotope Joshua, and I'm here to present a topic titled Good Governance, Public Expedition, and Inclusive Growth in Post-COVID-19 Era in Nigeria. I want to start with my outline, table of content. I will start with introduction, review of related literature, methodology, results and discussion, as well conclusion and policy recommendation.
anything from here?
Hello?
Yes, can you share your screen? You can't see anything here.
Sorry, sir. Let me try, because my laptop has already disconnected. Then I don't know whether.
We are having difficulties sharing our slide, please.
this line, please.
Continue, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So when we talk about the good governance and the health financing, this can be identified as one of the panacea to inclusive growth and as well in extension to economic recovery in every nation. Everybody, any nation that is healthy, definitely they must be productive. And as well, the good governance in terms of government effectiveness, political stability, absence of violence or lack of violence as well, rule of law as well, the rule of law and other stuff are very, very important ingredients for economy to be all right. Now, universally, during the COVID-19, a lot of things happened. It is believed that more than 15 million people have COVID-19 patients with death. Reported totally roughly 6,616. The COVID-19 event was not pleasant to the African, especially due to the lack of a health facility. And then more importantly, Nigeria, who were lagged behind during this period. A lot of things happened. A lot of lost job incident and some other things that happened. And also a report said the COVID-19 event was not pleasant to African country, where 736,587 incidents and 15,424 losses there. Nigeria is experiencing a daily increase in COVID-19 cases with an estimated of 37,801 cases and as well 2,996 casualties as of December 2021. Lagos in Nigeria is the COVID-19 epicenter and they account for about a third of all patients diagnosed there. So it means we have Oyo, we have Edo, and some other states that experience, this surge. And of course, it gripped a lot of things and a lot of businesses were capsized and other stuff. Now, the problem that this brought about, let me quickly go to our literature review. I reviewed the following literature were reviewed: public health expenditure, inclusive growth, and good governance were reviewed in this work. And also, we let a lot of people define public expenditure according to Olaniyi and Adekombi, define public health spending or expenditure as the total amount spent on health care across the country, which include all costs associated with nursing home, prescription, pharmacology, and all those stuff, hospital, home, and all. So, but I just believe that this definition is one of the contemporary, recent definition, because now we also have we review empirical review was made here in line with Farag et al. 2013. Farag et al. 2013. Then we have Tola. Bangeri et al. 2019. We also have Hollas 2016, and they also have Shadrick and Badrick 2021. We discovered that these people, after they've done their work, we discovered that their work their work follow each other. That means they supported each other, except Guinea 2013. That's a contrary opinion as regards impact of governance. I mean, good governance and work efficient in inclusive growth. Now, our methodology, this work hang on the theory, looking at the theoretical framework, hang on the theory of endogenous growth model. Endogenous growth model talks about a growth theory internally forces rather than externally. That means to say internal improvement, internal resources should be made rather than the external. So that is what endogenous, and we have sources of data, scope, and estimation techniques. In this work, we first of all, we use time series data, secondary data rather, and time series data sourced from the Global Development Indicator as well, Worldwide Governance Indicator 2020. The data spanning from 1990 to 2020. However, we conduct unitary tests. Then we move to configuration as well. We run the OLS in order to use the residual to generate our ECM in order to fine tune. Then our result, it was discovered that in ADF, all the variables are stationary at first difference. That is why we'll be able to use ECM. That's error correction model. Then as well our what do you call it? Our conjugation. The variable has a long run conjugation.
Kindly go to your results and tell us what your result
Okay.
It's just in a minute.
Conclusion.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Conclusion. Inclusive growth in Nigeria, especially in post-COVID period, can be driven by the public health and the sound, good governance. Additionally, it may be inferred that Nigeria's ability to achieve sustainable development objective depend strongly on healthcare system. Finally, therefore, in order to support the inclusive growth, which we hasten Nigeria economic recovery process, government should give priority attention to creation of an effective and efficient health care system to boost our budget allocation in Nigeria. Thank you very much for listening.
For the presentation, and I would like to go to our final session for today, which is the panel discussion by the students of the all right, I would like to ask you any question or all right.
On the first presentation of shooting and its effects in Nigeria, I see that in the conclusion, the author said that most policies have been implemented and have been enacted and are being implemented. My question or my worry is that most of the activities that lead to this shooting are activities from the oil sector, the production of the petroleum and things like that. And when that's happened, my impression is that the policies would rather be from federal government, and in addition to the ones by the state government. I can hear the authors talking a lot about the policies from the state government, but I also think that policy of the federal government is also important. In the second paper was talking about inclusive growth, COVID health systems, and things like that. That was talking about one of the key findings was that the health system has a significant impact on inclusive growth. My question is, how is inclusive growth measured as different from normal economic growth? And if we do that, how do we have enough data for COVID period to be able to do an analysis that will give us
and very robust results. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I answer, sir? Hello? Hello? The second presenter. We don't make use of the data for, we said, the topic says, good governance, health, public health expedition, and inclusive growth in the post-era and in the post-COVID era in Nigeria. So we are talking about how the losses that has occurred during the COVID-19, during the COVID pandemic, how they can be recovered using those parameters, because good governance will use institutional quality as a proxy in which that comprises of, is a secondary data comprises of, this can be found in the worldwide governance indicator, government effectiveness, political stability, rule of law, voice and accountability, or absence of violence. Then as well, we have, we use those variables as a proxy to good governance. Then health and public health expedition, we use total health expedition as a variable. Then inclusive growth, we use real GDP per capita to capture. So we use this, we are only trying to explain that how can all these variables be used in order to recover or to bring the changes as regard what has happened in the previous, probably during the COVID-19, the losses that have been made and all those stuff. So that is, we are not using COVID-19.
We are quite out of time and we need to manage the little we have here. And we are moving straight to the panel discussion by students of CESDEF and discussing the topic security and their impact on sustainable development goals. I will hand over the mic to Jacob while the panelists for PK and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anwar. All protocols to be observed. Those who are time for introduction. I have 3.5 minutes this evening. I want to call them to the front. Mr. Oh, Mr. we have a visit.
Mo ti dáhùn ní ọ̀rẹ́ ti sábẹ́ lọ ọgbẹ́ tí mo ti tún di látàárọ̀.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for that introduction. I want to go into the what Professor Larry yesterday, that we all know the problem. What we need is solution and solution. So because of our time, we will go straight to the solution. A lot of things have been discussed in this conference and summit. Straight to the point, what do you consider warehouse of issues related to emergency, conflicts, and security? Let me start with people.
very important for us to understand that it is much more than but it's much more than we can tackle those slightly different way for economic the protocol makes myself say as the partners that said that the chair couple of differentiated responsibilities that developed countries help less developed countries if you are because of climate change and climate finances. Thus, balancing impact of climate change
the question again. All of the said during these various sessions we have the summit. What do you think is the way out? What problem have been highlighted? What issues have been raised to achieve development goals agreement states? What do you consider the way out? What would you be doing this for? What should be doing for us? Thank you.
I would say that when we consider the solution to we need to involve every stakeholder, the private, public, NGOs, and to look at the strategies, to look within to solve the solutions. And this way, we will be able to fulfill energy. So I would say the life solutions would really go and not just keep opting for a problem that we need to us. So we need to look within to bring about solutions.
Thank you. Let me go to Robert. What do you consider the way out?
Thank you very much, Dr. Editor. I'm quickly going to share an experience I had in the year 2018 in the city of Mali. Just after the inauguration of the President of France, within the same week that he was president, he flew into Mali, went directly to the mining area of Mali, and summoned the president of Mali to come and meet him there. After leaving whatever he was going to do, he could go to mining area, he went back to France. And then the president of Mali came back to the capital, Bamako. And after that visit, you would wake up every morning and see the city of Mali, France, because the French means leave us alone. France, leave us alone. That was the beginning of the conflict that we eventually see today as political that has metamorphosed into a political portfolio in the city of Bamako. You see, conflict is usually that process where people begin to feel that their interests and their concerns are not being taken into consideration. And that was the beginning of it. Why did it happen? So when we're talking about the solution, we should be able to start looking at root cause analysis. What was the root cause? Inclusiveness. Until we take inclusion as a very vital element of governance, as a very vital element of governance, we will continue to have conflicts, magnanimous, happening in different formats and types. So the inclusion is one way. And I'm going to quickly mention the aspect of vulnerability. Our vulnerabilities in our system are very delicate. Vulnerability in the sense that we need to understand what decisions or what weaknesses exist in our institutions and governance system. A typical example of vulnerability you would ask yourself is, do we have a system where we allow, for example, the situation of war? Out of this, there were issues of the family when the decisions are taken at the level address and look at the situation of the election where they said that the presidency of the ruling party brought in people from different, countries. This is our social media part. Speak on social media. We have institutions that address these issues, extrajudicial events, and some of these things. Until our institutions take very strong positions, we will continue to have people who will rise up and bring about adaptation leading into conflict and insecurity. The last point I just brought about is the issue of establishing mediation centers. Mediation centers. NSG number 16 says we should have a peace and an all-inclusive society. And it means if you don't have to wait until the conflict also to the courts to resolve the problem, we need to have a system where there will be mediation between conflicting or competing sources of opinions, there are negotiations, there are reconciliation avenues for people to explore, even before it generates into a conflict. This is going to be my presentation about the Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Let me quickly summarize what you said as a solution or way out. We spoke about capacity building, implementation, mediation center, proposed mediation center, spoke about inclusiveness, someone spoke about, I think we spoke about climate actions, particularly we spoke about localizing our solution. Thank you very much. I have a personal opinion or view. It seems this is the 13th edition of this program. I want to remember our edition of the release. Do you think it appears to me as if there is no development of this kind of program in the society? More or less like there's a kind of disparity between now and the term. I'm pretty sure the institutions, the responsible institutions like ours are doing enough, and government institutions are getting enough regarding achieving sustainable development goals by 2030. In the words, what is to do?
When people have something situations, there is always an academic goals. When people do what they are supposed to do, when people are not accountable to people, when other people are not able to carry at home. And this is what we have in Nigeria today, where there is this gap between the people leading us and the grassroots and masses. We are not being carried along. So for instance, let's take the case of the family tree that is going now. Who is saw in the hole and it decided to result in a exchange between the families and the government. So if there are strong institutions and proper things that we put in place, somebody like whom should not be considered a negotiator in the process. But it's not an opportunity and it's okay. So, like I said earlier, the establishment of such institutions would really go a long way for us to achieve the SDG goals by 2030. Thank you.
Let me come to do you think what we are doing, there's a benefit of it in society?
Just call your attention to the SDG Index report for 2022, which I just saw yesterday. I think it came out just yesterday. In the SDG report, there is a government commitment to establish SDG as a program across all countries. And at the same time, also the SDG Index report. Nigeria's commitment to SDG is at 65%. Now, you will be quick to say 65% but when it comes to SDG index score, which shows the reality of SDG among Nigeria at 54%, individuals above the median poverty at 52%, a individual of the Democratic Republic of Congo participated the last three in the bottom of the chart. What it means is we make a lot of vibration of energy. Apparently, we all know this color, very color, the yellow, the green, and everything. There's a lot of form of application. But to take it to people know this and make it sustainable, like for my right, we went to everywhere we talk about energy, and we talk to people. A lot of people know what energy, a lot of the stuff. They're working on the world, so that's exactly the situation in Nigeria. We don't get to grasp it, we need more because the reality of it is energy is especially because of the application and it's not getting to the ground. Thank you.
I will get you okay, let me ask everyone, finally, because of our time, since this is training, which of the goals do you think is achievable by 2030?
The goals that actually goals that rather it is the goals system. We want the goals of the treasury institution. I feel I agree with we are strong institutions that are hiring all of them. For instance, Nigeria is audience and trade professional. Is there any agency or there is certainly an agency that is attached to your phone? Isn't it? Agencies and ministries are attached to why are not coming all the time? Because we are not accountable. And when as much as we do not trust institutions, we won't be able to achieve whatever.
Thank you. So it's probably believing that by 2030, Nigeria will have strong institutions. So there is a for commitment. Thank you. Everyone will take by 2030, which of the goal you think is achievable consistently.
So we need to food production. And I also think food production is actually very important because an African that is not even so you have people that need to eat first. If you don't eat, the mental state, your well-being is messed up. So food is very, very important. And I think the SDG can be achieved.
Thank you. Thank you. And I have what was the minute?
Maslow's hierarchy tells us what state is. Unless we give a formula of money, every other thing on health, about education, about self-organization, about land and water, agriculture, water, land and everything that the SDGs mentioned, they're going to be lost. We need to address the basics of the future of everyone.
I don't want to take I want to take the two autonomous states are wonderful. There is this popular university that still never put the so I want to agree with you. As well with you, I appreciate. I think we are having improvement in our electoral process because I need slowing capacity. So that means all other lines of government are giving that kind of commitment. Maybe it but so goals mentioned are wonderful. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate you for your time, for sharing just many other opinions. I was a guy really great and Please can we clear our questions and contributions of the audience? Comments, question? Okay.
Very quick one. They are saying we need to be accountable. And it sounds good. But I want to understand, how do we plan to hold the government accountable? The government of Nigeria is not accountable, they are not making accountable, they have never shown commitment to be accountable. So how do we begin to set up a system that will force them to be accountable? Because other countries are doing it.
We want to accept that. How can we hold governments accountable? Someone mentioned strong institution. Who gave us about okay?
Thank you. Holding the government accountable starts with us individually before it gets to that place, before it gets to the top of the ladder. I read somewhere about this Singapore prime minister that said that the 80s, what way the first way approach that they took to stop or down corruption and hold government officials accountable was when a government official was went on I think a party trip with a billionaire, and when they got the billionaire sponsored the trip, quite alright. It also confirmed government, but when the government official got back, they charged the person, the government official, to what? Why? Why will you be favorable? Be moving close to people who you know can cause a dent on government apparel. Why should you be seen with such people who you know that the crux of the matter is when you hold government officials accountable, when you create places, institutions whereby people are not good, people are afraid to do what you know that again you get charged with what, or you get prison sentence as a representative of the government.
Thank you. Any other comments from our panelists? More minutes, please.
Well, just to add to that, thank you very much to the panelists for the presentation. He has rightly said we have to take accountability from the grassroots, from the way down all the way up, and that's true. Unless we begin to put framework around the institution, again, it goes back to the institution, such that we have, I mean, take an example, transparency index, Amnesty International, these guys come with statistics and they tell our government this is where you stand, and then it becomes an issue of us against them, right? The government is saying, no, this is not us. So we need to be able to come to a point where we understand that every statistics that goes out from these organizations are checks for us. No government can be perfect. So until the government herself comes to the position where if TI is saying this is your index, if Amnesty International is saying this is where you are, the government needs to be able to accept it and say yes, we really want it. It's not us against them, it is we against our wall, right? We need to be able to accept it. So we need to get into the shoes where transparency and statistics work for us, and then we can always build on that to advance and to be better.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Robert. For what you said, we should manage our personal greed and self-interest. Thank you. Because of our time, we're going to close this session. We want to appreciate our panelists. Please let's applaud them for their resilience in this morning. Thank you so much.
You see now, so we have one last presentation, and it is on this note that I come about to make this presentation. Is your slide ready? Yes. Okay, so please put the slide on so that you can make it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to take 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I said I'm going to spend only 5 minutes. During the plenary yesterday, Professor Kukola called and he emphasized the need for us to focus on solution. When Professor Folonian came around, I think they were thinking at the same time. He also emphasized solution. So I want to just join in providing ways out for solutions. So it's going to be on the effect of artificial policy on well, selected communities in the state. Slide next. Now, the issue here is sustainable development goals. We have 17 goals. 126 targets, and 230, 241 indicators. How do we achieve all these goals? That is what the solution is all about. This study look into the issue of goal number 1, 6, 8, and 11. The question is, if we are able to take care of all the 17 goals for sustainable development, this has to be a better place to live in. If you're able to take care of all the 17 goals, it's very easy. Now, we have the intellectuals. For instance, in the primary university here, let's give the assignment to 17 professors. Give us the way forward. How can we solve how can we attempt to the goals, the 17 goals? It is when we have the abstract idea. It is when we have what we want to present to the policy makers, that we can go ahead and present it to the policy maker. The next slide, please. The objective, the theoretical framework, we adopted the structural functionalism. Structural functionalism seeks to describe the different parts of society and their relationship by means of organic analogy. I want to consider sustainable development goal. Let's assume sustainable development goal is a dog. Sustainable development is a dog. And this dog has 17 parts. These are the 17 sustainable goals. How do we take care of all those parts so that the dog, that organic personification, will be effective, will be productive, will be healthy, will be effective, will be efficient? That is the issue. The methodology we use for Taro Yame to get the sample size, we use Dawkins theory to allocate the sample size. Next, please. This research that we conducted over a period of 6 years. So I'm going to give you the skeletal part of the, and because of the time, and everybody wants to do. The knowledge of artificial electrolysis can assist in reducing poverty in your state. Those are what we have. The next, please. Electrolysis adoption for efficient and effective management in your state. What that is, we use scale nearest neighbor. The results show 3 selected predictors, and the predictors are there. The next. Identification and promotion of existing employment opportunity within the artificial Using factor analysis, we have the table and it reveals all the the component of promotes a productive employment and decent work to percent of which takes decided for community well-being. Next one, please. Next one. Development of transportation facility within an around study area to enhance community well-being. We use factor analysis to our result is that. Next. We had 4 hypotheses. The first hypothesis was that artificial intelligence will not contribute to reduction of poverty in the study area. Our better value is 0.05. And at the end of the day, we got 0.041. That means it's significant. That means artificial intelligence will contribute to the reduction of poverty in the study areas. Next. Hypothesis 2. Artificial intelligence will not assist in water management in the study area. Like I said, the lecture value is 0.05. We got this. This implies that the adoption of artificial intelligence in the community for tourism may not improve management of community. Next, please. Artificial intelligence will not bring about employment opportunity. The better value was 0.75. And we got 0.037. That means it's significant. That means artificial intelligence will bring about employment opportunities. Next. The transportation facilities within and around the study area are not adequate to enhance community well-being. Our calculations show 0.065. That means the transportation facilities within and around the study area are not adequate to enhance community well-being. Next, please. This is my conclusion and recommendation. The economic benefit of artificial intelligence to the host community, local government, and state government are highly measured. The study recommends that there should be a critical assessment, which will lead to the actual provision of identified factors such as employment opportunities, social amenities, good road network, poverty reduction as part of the community development as shown in the previous slide. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You see, you cannot rule out experience in everything. We have seen a presentation of 16 slides in less than 10 minutes. Some people presented 5 slides in 30 minutes. So thank you very much for your very good presentation. Let's give a round of applause. Do you have any question or comments on artificial lakes and development of tourism? So, if we don't, okay, one question.
Thank you, sir. It's more of observation. So I don't know how you consider the issue of well-being. Some school of thought believe well-being is relative, and some also have said it's subjective or objective. So I don't know if it's relative. So how do you think?
How did you measure, or what's your definition of well-being?
Thank you very much. This is a research study that entails almost 480 pages of paper. So for me to just say it, for me to go over it in 5 minutes, you can see it's a very apparent task. The issue of well-being took almost 5 pages in the research. So, but summary, I want to say some community well-being will refer to living well together at the community scale. And the role that the community scale expect of living, having facilitated local individuals' well-being, living together in the community and with well-being of individuals. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. As someone who is familiar with the paper, I remember that he used factor analysis to group many indicators of well-being. There are so many indicators that were used in full work. It actually comes from his PhD thesis. And I think there was 12 or 13 variables that were used to measure the well-being, and then they used factor analysis to bring together to be able to have that indicator. So maybe I'll be able to explain better. Thank you very much, everybody. I've been asked to give closing remarks. So this is to say the remark is closed. But before I do that, I definitely need to thank everybody. I don't know whether is there any vote of thanks by anybody? If there is none, then I will give that vote of thanks. Let me first of all start by thanking all of you that have stayed till now. It is not easy to start from yesterday morning, and this is about 7 o'clock, and none of you are still here. Thank you for coming. We believe that it is because we are trying to find solutions to our problem. And by God's grace, we will help get that solution. I thank the management, staff, and students of the University of Ibadan Center for Sustainable Development, Department of Sustainability Studies, and every other person that has attended this particular program. Specifically, we want to thank the organizing committee, every member of the organizing committee. Thank you very much. We thank NPSN for being a worthy collaborator over the years. We thank MacArthur Foundation for giving us some of the funds that have been used in organizing it. It's not easy to organize it. I remember initially when the organization was saying, we say everybody pay, but eventually it's not everybody that paid. If it were my own, I would have said those who didn't pay, they will not eat. But you see, there is a director who is good. So on this note, I want to thank the director of the Center for Sustainable Development and our head of the Department of Sustainability Studies for putting this on. I was asking myself, this is the 13th edition of the Isds. It started in 2010 and the center had not missed any. It's rare in Nigeria to find a conference going on every year. And that's why we must thank the director and head of the department, his staff, his organizing committee, and everybody that has contributed to this. I also want to thank the director of STSN Nigeria, Professor Okola. I found out that he stayed from beginning to the end, and even today, he's been there. So, who else do I want to thank? I thank all the coordinators, I thank colleagues, I thank presenters. You see, just this small conference, so 2 vice chancellors attended. 2 vice chancellors attended. That shows you the quality. So, it's 3. And 3, that's 2. 3 vice chancellors attended. You see now, how many conferences have you done at the 3 old vice chancellors? So we thank you. We thank you, thank you, thank you. Closing remark is that I declare this summit closed. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't thank the ICT team. This ICT team has been extremely wonderful. Our Zoom does work for everybody. Those who are online didn't complain. Those of us here, we didn't complain. Thank you. We wish you the best. I wish that you keep it up. May God bless you. Amen. And photographers, thank you.
You do not snap it. I stand there. There's no that thing. Use the trigger battery. No trigger battery. Increase your you don't go fight. Be handshake. One person was asking for a professional.
I said yes. We imported them purposely for high.